Hey, 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 happy Monday, everybody. Welcome back to the cafe. Today, guys, we are looking back at the Summer Wells case. It's been 3 years that this little girl has been missing, guys, with no answers. So we're going to go back, heat this case back up, refresh it, and put some of this back out there, guys. I thank you all so much for joining me. Please make sure you're hitting that like button as you come through that door. Share this out to anybody you think would be interested, and let's get this show on the road. Here we go. Here we go. What's up? What's up, everybody? Welcome back. Great to see you guys. I hope you guys are having a great start to your week and a great Monday. I hope everybody had a wonderful weekend. For all your fathers, I hope if I didn't see you, I hope you had a great Father's Day. And all you mothers that need to be both, I hope you did too. Thank you guys so much for joining me today. Guys, as I said, it's been 3 years since little Summer Wells went missing. And yet there are no answers. No nothing, guys. And it's gotten cold. And we need to refresh this and heat it back up, in my opinion. We're going to look back on this and see what's new, if anything. So thank you for joining me. All right, all right, all right. Come on in, get a seat, get comfortable, if you will, please. Appreciate you all so very much. Share this out to anybody you think would be interested in this. And please make sure that as you come through that door, you do click that like button, if anything. Leave a little DNA for me on that. I appreciate that so very much. That way we can get to you when we need to, and you don't miss nothing we do. Appreciate that so very much. Thank you to my moderators for joining me today. I appreciate that so very much. Could not, would not, nor should not do this without any of you, because you guys do such a great job. I appreciate you all. Let's see here. Come on in, get a seat, get comfortable. Let's see who we got joining us and gracing us with their awesome presence as of today. Looks like Miss Brandy B, always here, never ever fails. Thank you for joining us, Brandy. The lovely Miss Sherry, Miss Wisdom Speaks is in the house. Thank you for being here as well. I appreciate you. Groot, welcome back. Great to see you today. The awesome Miss Leslie and Billy, thank you for being here, Leslie. I appreciate you so much for joining us. Moni's in the middle. Where's she at? She's in the middle of the Cafe. Hello, Miss Moni. Thank you for being here. Ava Hackshaw, thank you for being here today. I appreciate you so very much. Welcome back, Stephen. Good to see you today, my friend. Good to have you here. Miss Andy Rose, thank you for being here, darling. I appreciate you so very much. Music City Mom number 2. Hello to you. Thank you for joining us. Let's see. Niles Buckman. Hello, how are you today, sir? Thank you for joining us. Alicia J, welcome back, dear. Good to see you, Tina B. Hello to you. Thank you for joining us. Doc Holiday's in the house. What's going on, Doc? Good to see you. Good to have you here. Always me, 1969. Hello and welcome back. Great to see you. The real Seth Rogers Shaley. Thank you for joining us, Shaley. Good to have you here. Mocha's in the house. Welcome back, Mocha. Rhonda Brand. Hello to you and welcome back. Let me see. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. Get comfortable. Make sure you're hitting that button when you come through the door. Let's keep it up to date and get this in that algorithm so everybody can see and hear it. And warm this case back up. For sure. Come on down, everybody. Cat's Eye, welcome back. Thomas Sharp, welcome, my friend. Good to see you today. Come on in, everybody. Come on in. Let me see. Where are we at? Get a seat, get comfortable, do your thing, if you will. Thank you, CZ. I appreciate that so very much. I did. It was a really, really good day. My kids took me out to a very nice meal. We all hung out together. It was a good time. Very much so. It was very hot outside, as it is today. Good Lord. I think hell has come upon the earth. It is that warm out there, folks. Just saying. I love my air. It's nice and cool in here. That's for sure. Please make sure you're sharing this out, guys, if you will. Share it. There's got to be somebody in here that remembers the Summer Wells case. I know there's a few of you that do. But we need to update it, guys. We need to replay it. We need to bring it back out. We need to let everybody know what is going on with it. 3 years, guys. 3 years. That's insane. And they don't have nothing. This poor little girl, nothing. Nothing at all. You know, I think everybody has their opinions on this case. Anybody that followed it. And it's just, oh my gosh. I just don't know. Uh-oh. I hear thunder. Here comes the rain. Oh, Lord.
If you hear the sound of thunder, just...
The MKM chats. Kendra, hello to you. Welcome. Good to have you here. All right. Come on in, guys. I'm going to wait just a few. We only got 36 people in here. We got 30 likes, though, and you guys are keeping up with it. That's awesome. I appreciate that. We need to get as many peeps in here as we can for this one. It needs heard bad. If anybody isn't familiar with this case, it's a pretty crazy one. Welcome, Girl Next Door. Good to see you. Number 29. If you haven't hit that like button, please do show Dago some love. Free love support. Absolutely. Thank you for that. Doesn't cost a cent, folks. Miss Brandy said it's 83 here. Real feel 95. It's supposed to be raining. Yeah. See, I'm a little nervous now, folks, with the thunder and stuff going and the rain coming. That is tornado weather. It's like 96 here already. 93, I'm sorry. Humidity's at 85%. Same way it was yesterday. It was 96 yesterday with 85% humidity. So, if I disappear and you hear me screaming, there's no place like home, you know why. Anne's Asmore Chenoweth, thank you for joining us. It's supposed to be 108 and so wow, that's crazy. Welcome, Dawn. Good to see you today. To anybody that's out there just watching from the hallway, thank you so much for that. I appreciate you so very much. Please, again, make sure you're hitting that button and sending this to that algorithm to make YouTube happy, folks, because that's what matters. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't blame you, Brandy. I don't want any twisters coming your way either, hun. I don't want to worry about you and that boy over there. Don Lavarto, hello, welcome. Love the T2014's in the house. Welcome back. That's great. I used to love The Wizard of Oz until I lived in Kansas. There you go. Yes, Miss Brandy, I do. And Miss Moni's in the UK. Hey, hey, over the pond. We love our UK people in here. We really do. I appreciate all you people from over the pond coming in here and hanging out with us. It's awesome to have friends all over the place. Is that my tomboy? Did she pop in here too? Dory, welcome back. Great to see you. Is Tomboy here? Yes, there she is. There's our tomboy. Hello. The creative and amazing Miss Tomboy Charm. Oh, it's raining now. Shit. Oh boy, is it raining hard too. Good Lord. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Well, guys, I'm giving you a heads up and fair warning that if something happens and this goes down, that would be why my internet is not very strong. Oh, I pray it doesn't. Do our best to stay in here. Come on in, everybody. Please get comfortable. Grab a chair, grab a drink, get a seat, get comfortable. We're going to have some conversations. It's supposed to freeze here tonight. What? Where are you at, Leslie? It's almost 100 degrees here, and you're talking about freezing? Doc, what's up? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Again, guys, share this out, if you will, to anybody you think would want to come in here and talk about this with us. I am going to bring some peeps up here. We're going to have conversation as well, like we always do. I may open up the phone lines on this one, too, today. We'll see what happens. Butterfly71, hello to you, and thank you for joining us today. I always do. You take care of you as well, Miss Leslie. Utah. Wow, really? I would think it would be hot there. Cat's eyes in the house. I guess I shouldn't complain about 25 Celsius. Are you down in the down under T or in the UK, or are you here? I can't believe anybody's got, because if it's 25 degrees Celsius, that's usually over on the other side of the world. That's crazy, Leslie. East Coast Canada. Okay, gotcha. Canadians, eh? Love it, love it. Our northerners. Tennessee's so very beautiful. The terrain is so unforgiving, hard to explain to those that have not. Oh, I know. I've been there. Definitely been there, and I know exactly what you mean. That's it. I'm moving to Canada. I've always wanted to go up there. I used to watch a show that was based out of Canada. Some people don't like it. I loved it. I thought it was hilarious. It was called The Trailer Park Boys. And it was just, the comedy was so stupid that I couldn't not watch it. The parents, I think the parents have nothing to do with summer. It's very possible, Shaylee. Honestly, I don't even know anymore. I do not know anymore. Wow. Wind advisory, southwest winds 25 to 35, 45 expected for the most. Yes. We were under a heat advisory and a something else. Air quality something yesterday. I think it's today. It's a heat advisory today as well. Nursery Ken, hello Molly. Thank you for that. Nursery Kin 76, thank you for joining us. I used to watch that show too, Brandy. I loved it. Ice Road Truckers is pretty cool. Come on in, everybody. Come on in. There's a lot. Yes, Don, there really is. Definitely a lot. I have friends that worked on that. Oh, really? That's awesome. I loved that show. Love that show. Miss Salty's in the house. Hello, Miss Salty. Thank you for joining us today, dear. Letter Kenny? I haven't, Alicia. I never even heard of that one. Sorceress, welcome. What friends, if I can ask T, did you have that worked that show? I knew that after Mr. Leahy passed away, that they probably wouldn't be bringing it back after that, and it saddened me because it was such a great show. It was so entertaining to me. I know it was the basis of the show was ridiculous, but I love Bubbles, and I just love the show. It was great, and I do miss it. Definitely not around kids. Okay, so it's definitely one of those shows. Oh boy, the wind is blowing now. Glitter is forever. Hello. Thunderstorm warning and heated, but right. Yeah, we got it coming down hard now. Ice Road Truckers was a good one. I used to watch another one too. I can't think of the name of it, but it was these guys with these giant tow trucks that would be going out and pulling people out of ditches and over cliffs and stuff and towing people. God, I can't remember the name of the show, but I watched the hell out of that for a while. Also that fishing show, I watched that one. Deadliest Catch, I watched that for a while too. Yes, Deadliest Catch, I watched that. Harsh Shelley, hello, Swamp Loggers. No, never heard of that one. Also, I watched I used to watch all those shows actually, now that I think of it. Monster, what the hell were they calling? Something Monsters. Rescue Highway to Hell. Yes, it was Highway to Hell. Thank you, Groot, very much. You are not late, Taylor. We haven't even started yet, but welcome and thank you for joining us. Oh wow, I didn't know that. Tomboy, thanks for the info. And Moni as well. Heavy Rescue. I watched that one too. It was a good show. The Coke was bad. Was a bad road for the tow truck show. Yeah. Diesel Brothers. Nope. I never really watched the Diesel Brothers. I know who they are. I watched a little bit of it, but not like really watched it. Allison Malsack, hello, welcome back. Good to see you. a lot of those shows I watched. Hell, I even got into watching that one show with my wife and my best friend for a while. 90 Day Fiance. Oh my God. Yeah, I ended up watching that for a while on accident. I was walking through one day and they were sitting there watching it and just gabbing about it, laughing at people and so on and so forth. And I was sat down for a minute. Next thing you know, I look up, it's 3 hours later. They were binge watching it. So I watched that for a while too. That's it. Swamp People. Thank you, Sherry. There's a big gator there. That one guy used to crack me up with that Cajun accent. I loved it. Shoot him. Shoot him. Shoot him. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. Get comfortable. Come on, everybody. Hit that like button as you come through that door, please, guys. We're at 48 likes with 54 people. Yeah, I remember the Diesel Brothers. Yeah. I think I watched a couple of them. They actually went out with I can't remember his name. Looking for oh my God, I'm so ashamed of myself right now. We covered the case like pretty heavy too at one point in time. You, Sherry and Molly, they know who I'm talking about. They just found his remains out of Utah. Dylan Rounds. Thank you. I'm so ashamed of myself. There's so many names in my head. They went looking for him with what's his name that we had talked with before. I can't remember, but he's the guy that found the remains, I believe, or found the. Yeah, I think, or no, he's the one that found the Aiden Clune's shoes, I think. Oh, it is definitely scripted. Thank you, Leslie. Yes, Dylan Rounds and Sherry, of course. Chris, no, it was this other guy that we had talked to him when we were over there with Doug. Oh God. Hey, CJ, welcome. Good to see you. Good Lord, folks, it is coming down hard. Let me check something real quick. What are you doing? But is the dog out here still?
Is it raining?
Come on. Come on, bud.
You dry?
No, he was up on it for it by the thing.
Oh. Well, at least she's okay.
He's fine. He was under the deck. He knew what he was doing. He's standing there looking at me too. That was funny. You put me out in this rain? Hey guys, sorry. Tech Death Hippie, what's up, brother? Good to see you. You gotta email me, bro. Gotta talk to you. We needed the rain for the heat. I hope it cools it down and doesn't make it worse, though. Roll Tide, roll Tide. That's right. $54 peeps with 52 likes. Wow, you guys are keeping it close. That's awesome. Thank you, Ty Corbin. That's it. Yep, that was him. Yeah, when we were over with Doug, I think we had him up on a panel once or twice and talked to him. It wasn't a real great thing, but that was the name I was trying to remember. Thank you very much, Miss Sherry. I need rain for my vegetables. My pool's going to be screwed, but my garden needs it. I just hope that it cools it down and it doesn't make the humidity worse. That's all I'm worried about. Again, guys, if you can, share this out and please hit the like button when you come through the door, if you will. Oh, I gotta check something here. Doodlebug was she was fighting the big C, and I hope she's okay. Yeah, we're in the midst of the storm. I see it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Molly. Doc says Ty found bone today. Not sure. Oh boy. Uh-oh. If anybody's gonna watch anything in here now, you guys need to watch True Detective. Seriously, that's the best. No, I saw it, Molly. Thank you. Unless there's more. Hold on. Oh, there is more. Okay. Yep. We are in the middle of the storm right now. I'm gonna have to hit my pool with chemicals now. It's gonna get all funky. Mm. Yeah, I'm ready for fall already. Thank you, Miss Leslie. Gifted a membership to the cafe. It looks like I guess Miss Molly was gifted that membership. That's awesome, Leslie. Thank you so very much. Debbie Clark, hello and welcome back. 98 hot, too hot. Yes, too hot. Agreed. Too very hot. Thank you so very much, Leslie. That is so gracious of you, and I appreciate you so very much. So, as you all know, um, hold on a minute. We're looking back at Summerwell's case, um, and it's been 3 years, folks. 3 years, 3 solid years with nothing. Okay, and it's not good. I was deep in this case back 3 years ago. Going on now, that tells you how long I've been doing this now for sure. Um, and I'm just it's just sad. It's very sad. Um, 1 second here. There was a lot done on this case. I was deep in this case. A lot of us were very deep in this case, and we just nothing. It's just there's nothing, guys. It's just I don't understand it. Hey Terry, welcome. I don't even really know anymore, Anne, what my opinion is. It's sad. There's so many. I've had a lot of opinions and a lot of theories. Honestly, I just don't know. It's hard. I just don't know, and it bugs me. It does. My wife's the same way, CZ. So hold on a minute here. I'm gonna give it just a couple more minutes, and then we're gonna get rolling with this. I just wanted to give everybody a chance to jump in here. I don't want to go back and have people miss things, but I will do it. That's absolutely no problem. But yeah, the case, this was just horrible. This poor little girl, and I don't get it. I don't understand. And here we are again, another case TBI has been working. You know, um, just don't know. But it's definitely become a cold case. Welcome, Aaron B. And excuse me. Um, it just doesn't make sense to me. Let me see something here. Bear with me, guys. I'm trying to get something to load up. Hey, SRB. Thank you for joining us, dear. Hope you're having a great day. I hope you're not getting hit with the same thing we are with this crazy weather. Um, all right, 1 second here. Oh my goodness gracious. All right, let's see here. Hold on. All right, let's see here. Okay, we got 77 people in here. We're getting there. We're getting there. Please make sure you're hitting that like button on your way through that door, guys, and hit that bell, that notification bell. That way you don't miss a thing, guys. Hit that like button and get this in that algorithm so that we can keep YouTube happy. And we're about to get started here. It's hot. I know. We're getting dumped on right now, SRB, with rain like crazy. Winds blowing. It's nuts. Oh, absolutely, Moni. We're going to talk about it. It might take us a couple times to cover this whole thing, but we're going to. Salty says the storm brewing in the Bay of Campeche. I can't even say that right. I think it's Campeche. Could be the first Gulf hurricane. Uh-oh. Well, you better be careful, Salty, down there. And all you Floridians, please. Anybody that's on the Florida Bama line or Southern Tennessee or whatever, just be careful if you get something like that rolling. Yeah, we just had one. It actually passed over quick. That was good. Good. Sorry. Hold on one second. Sorry, guys. That was the Mrs. Dago calling me, telling me to put the umbrellas down and put the pool floats and stuff because it's blowing in from her way. I guess it's supposed to get worse than what it was. So come on in, everybody. Thank you. And like I said, guys, we're going to start off. This is I think this was one of the first pressers that came out. It's going to explain most everything for those of you that aren't familiar with it. This was as of June 18th. She had been missing for a couple of days at this point. Good Lord. Hold on a minute. All right, guys. So, hey, Kels, Low Key, welcome back. Good to see you. All right, guys. Again, thank you to anybody that did donate to any of these links, guys. This pays the bills, and the bills are due. So, thank you for that, guys. Every little bit adds up, and I do appreciate it. We never expect it from you guys, but it is more than appreciated, guys. So, thank you to anybody that does donate. You are so very much appreciated. All right, here we go. Thank you, Miss Brandy, very much. I used to visit later summer too, so Grandma would get me school. Oh, I gotcha. All right, let me know how the audio is on this, guys. If there's any problems, please.
In speaking with dive teams, what are you guys actually doing with them? Is that searching for Captain Coop? In speaking with dive teams, what are you guys actually doing with them? Is that searching ponds, creeks, lakes? Could you just elaborate a little bit more on what that search has looked like? You talked about ground aerial.
Yes. So our specialized teams, as I spoke on, the USAR, the dive teams, as both Sheriff Ray Lawson and Leslie spoke, we are pursuing every avenue. We're covering every ground cover. We're covering every aspect. At the end of it, if we don't cover it, we have to cover everything 100%. We're utilizing them just to clear waterways, areas that we can't put our normal people into, the canines, stuff that aerial cannot see that well. We want to get in there, flip every rock, check every crevice, check every spot, just to make sure we don't miss a spot.
Are there a lot of streams back in this area or ponds?
Yes.
Can you give us, I know we can kind of see some of the lush vegetation and what's happening in the sky, but what's it like back there for you all?
Yes, there are numerous streams and creeks that run back out of the mountains on both sides of Beach Creek Road, along with Beach Creek itself. And there are lots of ponds, holding spots for livestock and other things that we feel are just as important as the rest of the search efforts.
Sheriff, I have a question for you as far as the investigation goes. I know you probably can't comment on a whole lot, but are you able to say if you've executed any search warrants during this time?
Actually, we've done a tremendous amount of searches, and every one has been a consent search. The community has really stood out. They want to help. They want to give advice. They want to give information. And we've not had to obtain not one search warrant. And it due part that everybody in the community is wanting to find Summer.
And Leslie, I know you talk about credible and kind of going to what is a credible.
If you have information about Summer, if you saw Summer the day she went missing, anything like that, if you captured a photo on a trail camera or surveillance camera, that's a credible tip. Anything that would assist us. Something you see on social media that you know is somebody's opinion or just speculation, that's not a credible tip. And in fact, that just bogs law enforcement down by having us, we have to go through and check that information and then mark it off. So please, credible tips. We welcome information, but just don't share speculation and rumors that you see on social media.
I have a question. I'm kind of looking to ask you, but is there a point in this search, when you will come to the conclusion that this is not a lost child anymore, this is possibly an abduction? Is there an amount of time or amount of territory?
Well, at this time, the circumstances leading to Summer's disappearance are very much under investigation. So currently, it's an active and ongoing investigation. We're not going to stop until we determine what happened to her, and we're just taking it one day at a time.
What has the interaction been like with the child's parents? I know that they've spoken with us on adult record about interactions with law enforcement, scheduling, polygraph tests, and so forth. Can you speak to us a little bit about the interaction with the parents and how they've helped or not helped with the investigation?
All I can say in that aspect is that they're currently cooperating.
We also spoke with Mr. Long. You mentioned some police being followed up on local sex offenders as well as people in this area with compromised drugs. Can you confirm the details of what's happening?
I cannot. I can just tell you that any information we have, any lead that comes in, we're going to follow up on that, and all avenues are being explored.
How are crews feeling right now? Again, back to Captain Coop and Sheriff Lawson. How are they handling this right now, especially with we've kind of seen an increase in temperature outside?
So, as stated before, the outpouring of community and businesses in this area, they are very limited on the time. Once they get certain areas of covered, they are being required to come back to the command post and staging area to rehab. Plenty of water, Powerade, Gatorade, food, protein bars, stuff to keep them hydrated and nourished during this whole entire time. And as one stated before I left, they are also 100% involved. They said we will not stop.
As far as the law enforcement aspect, well, we have the TBI system in my office and the FBI, and it's a partnership and a joint operation where if somebody comes in with a tip, just whichever agent standing there, whichever officer, whether it's mine, one of the TBI or FBI agents, they jump on it. It doesn't matter who solves the case, whatever. We just want to find Summer. That's first and foremost.
One more question.
I actually have one last question regarding something that you called us yesterday. You were saying that she would never leave their sort of hill where they live, and he highly believes that this is an abduction. Is there anything that you can say that maybe could point to that? He mentioned something about the canines going along a trail that runs dead. So is there anything that you guys have seen that proves this, or is there any sign that that may be true?
We're exploring all avenues. So at this time, we can't confirm that. However, in the event that we do develop that information and confirm it was an abduction and have information to share, you will be the first to know. And we want to reassure the community that we will let them know immediately. That's information that we would want to get out to the public as quickly as possible. Thanks, guys. I appreciate you being here. We'll continue to update you as updates become available. Thank you.
Okay, so that was just that was right in the midst of the very beginning of the search for Summer when she went missing just a day or so before. Okay, and I'm gonna get you guys into a couple of these news bursts, as I call them, about it, and talk about that a little, just to give you a little bit more of an idea. Welcome, Misty. Thank you for joining us. One moment here. All right, we'll go with this here. This is from November of 21. So she'd been missing it 5 months at this point. Okay. One moment here.
To a case now that's getting a lot of attention. 5-year-old Summer Wells vanished without a trace 5 months ago from her rural Northeast Tennessee home. There are few developments in the investigation into her disappearance. The family says Summer's mom and grandmother were gardening with the little girl when she went inside the family home, and they never saw her again. The community has come together to search for her and raise money for a reward in the case, and still no sign of Summer, still no answers. And police say this case is not like the others.
Within a couple of days, we have a tip or a lead or have an idea if they've been abducted, if they may be left into the woods. Somebody saw something that leads us hopefully to get an answer to where the child went or if they were taken. We're going to have some tip or lead. And that is the frustrating part for law enforcement in this case and for the public.
But her father is making news, arrested this weekend on a DUI and now facing another charge of violating probation, maybe a distraction from his missing daughter's case more than anything else. The family issued a statement following his arrest saying, "Thank you everyone for the kind messages. There are no words to what each day and night is like. We needed cigarettes. It was a stupid decision. Please keep us in prayer. Keep Dawn. This pain won't go away. Thank you." News Nation reporter Ansley Daniel with WJHL in Johnson City, Tennessee, has been covering this case and joins us now live. Ansley.
Thank you for having us tonight. Yes, this is a case that really has baffled all of us here in the Tri-Cities and here in Northeast Tennessee. And unfortunately, I'm coming to you tonight with not much more information than what we had the night Summer went missing on June the 15th from her home in the Beech Creek community of Hawkins County.
And there have been a lot of rumors surrounding this case. You've covered it from the beginning. Walk us through what you do know.
So what we do know is that Summer was reported missing on June the 15th around 6:30 in the evening. Police say that she was reported missing by her father. However, her mother was the one that was at home around the time she went missing. So that's where things get a little muddy for us here in the area. So again, she was reported missing that evening. We were told that she was last seen near her home, potentially walking away from her home, and then that story again changed just a little bit. Police have not said that she has been abducted. Police have not said that anything has happened. They simply just know that she was last seen at her home around 6:30 that evening. Now, a few days after she went missing, we talked with her father a few different times, but about 2 weeks after she was reported missing, we did sit down with her mother, who said that she and the two of them were outside of their home planting flowers with Summer's grandmother, so Summer's mother's mother. They were all outside planting flowers near the home, and Summer was sent back inside to go play with her brothers, and Summer's mother, Candace Bly, went back to go help her mother do something because her Summer's grandmother needed her to help. And Summer's mother said she was gone maybe 2 minutes, and she went back into the house, kept calling for Summer. Summer's brothers said that she was in the basement, and then next thing you know, Summer was gone. Other than that, we have no idea what happened to this little girl. No one has been arrested as a person of interest. The only thing that we know is that police are looking for a red Toyota Tacoma or similar model, which could potentially be maroon as well. They think that this person has some information about what happened. They could have potentially seen what happened, but they don't believe that this person that was driving that truck is a suspect.
How does the arrest of her father now impact this case?
As of now, it doesn't have much of an impact besides just gaining different attention. We have spoken with him several times, and today I spoke with him off camera, and he did, kind of attribute what happened over the weekend to heartbreak and kind of, I guess, the pressure of his daughter being missing. However, that could change in the coming days and weeks. We do know that he was arrested again today while he was at his arraignment for his DUI charges over the weekend on a violation of probation charge. However, we're not sure what exactly he violated, and we're still waiting on that paperwork. We're told that it could come at any time tomorrow.
And before I let you go, do we know what's next in the investigation? It sounds like they've been trying every avenue.
As of now, they're still looking, like I said, for the driver of that red truck that was in the area around the time Summer went missing. They believe that person potentially has some information. We've continued to circle up, obviously, with law enforcement, whether it be local, state, or even, federal levels of law enforcement. And even after a massive search that took several weeks in her community, there was no trace of the child. So now what's next is potentially going over that area, continuing to look over that area maybe one more time. We've heard that they could have possibly something in the future planned in that regard. But we also know that for the most part they are just looking to see if they have the driver of that truck who could potentially have information. And we are continuing to be told by law enforcement that as of right now, they're following up on every single lead that comes in. And like I said, we also know that, they could potentially just be circling up on leads and possibly past leads that they might, get some fresh information on as well.
All right, Ansley Daniel, thank you so much for that reporting. Thanks for watching.
Okay. And there is that one. Now, we're going to move into, one second. One second, guys. I'm sorry. Welcome, Misty, Noni McPoppins, Cheesecake Mafia. Great to see you. There's my doodle, Arctic Fox. What is up, my friend? Good to have you here, brother. There's a link, sir. If you'd like to join me, you're more than welcome to. Always. Especially for this one, because I know Arctic covered this pretty hard and heavy. The next piece we're jumping into, guys, is the first interview with Dawn and Candace Wells. This came out June 29th, so about a week from when she went missing, folks. Thank you, Doodle, for that. Absolutely, Allison. Thank you.
I know she didn't walk away from this property by herself or off this yard by her swing. I feel in my heart that somebody has came up here and took her, has lured her away from here. Me and my mother and her were planting flowers. And we went in after we got done washing our hands, and she got a piece of candy from Grandma, and she wanted to go back over and see her brothers. And I said, okay. And I walked her all the way over to the porch, and I watched her walk into the kitchen where the boys were watching TV. And I told the boys, I said, watch Summer. I'll be back. And within 2 minutes, I came back. And I asked the boys where their sister was, and they said, she went downstairs, Mom, to play with her toys in the playroom. I said, okay. And I yelled downstairs for her a couple times, and I didn't get no answer, which was unusual because usually she always answers me. And so I went down there to check, and she was nowhere in sight. She was just
no worries, Arctic. Thank you,
I
bro.
don't go on walks around here or runs because I'm scared of the bears and snakes and even the coyotes that are around here. Well, whoever has my daughter, I pray and hope that they have not harmed her and they bring her back to us safe and sound.
Just go to the FBI, the police, and clear it up. I mean, I don't know. It seems kind of elusive.
It's really strange that I've never seen this truck, and I've never heard of it until just recently.
Welcome, Teresa.
But I wish they would come forward and explain themselves. And if you're not a suspect, at least come forward and say what you've seen. She was a tomboy. I shaved my head. She wanted to have her head shaved like me and the boys did.
She tried to shave her head.
She tried
in
to
the
shave her
back
head
and make
herself.
it. I think you can see it in some of the pictures. and it was getting out of control. So we decided to shave her head off and let it grow back long, and she shaved her head to so she wouldn't feel bad, and but it didn't bother her at this point. Well, I knew right away that she was abducted. I knew that right away, and that's what I told them from the beginning. But they have to go through their,
Thank you, Teresa.
have to get
You
the
as well.
word.
Investigation.
They have to do one step at a time, I guess. But I'm sorry that they had to spend so many man hours in these woods and everything. I've seen them limping and everything else, and I feel for them. But I just wish there was a way that neighbors could search neighbors' houses, and then if they're not willing, get a search warrant or something. But there's just no way you can search every single house, in the eastern United States or whatever. But I wish there was a way. Just thankful for the person or persons that's doing that, out of love, trying to get information and trying to get her found. We thank them from the bottom of our hearts.
That means a lot.
And we thank everybody who's trying so hard and praying so hard. And she's an awesome young lady, and we just want her back. But, there's always going to be haters, and it's always going to be that way in this world. And we just want to focus on the good friends and Christian people that are trying to help us and praying for us and praying for Summer. And we thank them from the bottom of our hearts. And that's the kind of people we try to relate with and socialize with. So we don't know anything about, no red truck, or we hardly know many of our neighbors. I mean, because we just try to be around good people. I mean, and we do have good people in this area. We found out since this has all happened. We got some real good neighbors and good folks everywhere. But
the most important thing is to bring Summer home safe. I'm sorry that you feel this way about us, but we love our children with everything we have. We've never went without, thanks to Summer's daddy and my husband. He's always provided for us and has worked as much as he could and can and still is. And I'm sorry that you guys feel that way, but that's my baby, and nobody would ever treat her like that as long as I was around, ever.
She loves to dance. She would always want me. She says, "Daddy, hold my hand so I can twirl." And she would just like to twirl and twirl and twirl until my arm got tired. But
Misty, it's been a while since I've touched on this. I'm trying to remember who did report that. I'm gonna have to think on that for a few. I'll hopefully have an answer for you soon. Welcome, Arctic. Good to see you, brother. Again, Don't Dive. Thank you for joining us. Mama Bear, hello. How are you? Thank you for being here.
Hello.
I can't hear you, ma'am.
Hello. Now can you?
Yes, ma'am. There you are.
Here I am.
How are you today?
I'm okay. It's too hot to go outside, so I'm bored. So I'm
Way
glad you
too
went
hot.
live.
Way too hot. Yes. I'm glad you're here with us. Absolutely. Do you remember who might have reported that red truck? Because I know you were on this with us back then too.
No, I don't.
I can't for the life of me remember. Molly, do you remember? Oh, okay. Hold on. 1 second, guys. It might be here.
Hey,
Okay.
Arctic.
Nope, it's not there. But thank you for that, Molly. I appreciate it. I'm going to be showing you guys different photos and stuff like that. So I'll get the answer to it eventually. Thank you for that. And again, thanks for joining us, Mama Bear. I appreciate it.
No problem. Confused about wages.
And
Just search us.
Confused about what he said. You can't get a warrant to search a house to find a missing child. Not to mention what person wouldn't let you search your house to find. Oh, there's going to be some things I'm going to forewarn you guys. There's going to be some things you're going to not like that you hear from these people and others. This case, it's not as bad as Sebastian's case has turned into, but it got really close. I'll put it that way, okay? There's a lot of moving parts and a lot of mechanical people in this, in my opinion, okay? There still is, and they're all still walking free. So there's some things in here that you're going to question. This is why we're doing this again.
Some have even passed.
Yeah, yes, absolutely. And I'll let you know when we hit those points. Like I said, I'm pretty sure that Arctic covered this pretty hardcore too. So I know he's got his issues. I know he's got his questions with this and certain people in this, and we're going to hit on those people. I'll give you my theories. I'll give you my opinions. Mama Bear has hers as well. Quite a few people in here in this community do, because this was one of the biggest cases we covered. And I still have some of my mindset has changed a little, but not too much. Okay. I just don't understand how there's nothing. This is another Sebastian style type scenario. She disappeared without a trace, and there's never been a sighting. There was one false sighting, but there's never been anything else with this, guys. There's never been any other nothing. I don't understand these cases that end up like this. What's up, Captain Jenks? There's just something not right in this. Not to defend Don and Candace, but that's exactly what it is. You know, there's some things you're gonna see in here you're not gonna like. They're not very, I don't want to be insulting, okay, but they're just not very, like he said, the brightest crayons in the box.
Educated.
Yeah. And they don't get what they want to say across. Their communication is just not the best, okay? And there's some other things that are wrapped up within that as well. You know, Don had his issues, Candace has hers, and it plays out through this whole thing. This is it, right, Allison? Another child that just poof gone.
Yep.
There's some things we're going to talk about within this that I do believe could be possible and things like that, but we'll get to that point. Again, share this out to anybody you think might be interested, please, because the more the better. Welcome, Aurora and Christina Rain. Thank you for joining us. Well, you'll learn quite a bit about it today, I tell you that much. All right, here we go. Did LE, oh, wait a minute. Did LE tell them you couldn't search house, or did they just say that? I think they just said that. What's up, Arctic? Thank you for joining me. Bob, appreciate you very much.
What's up?
Hello.
How you doing today,
Hello.
brother?
Doing all right. I've got a couple of minutes, finally caught a break, so I figured I'd come up here with y'all.
Sure.
Awesome.
But yeah, Don and Candace, they don't really communicate well.
Right.
And of course, you know, both of them had their issues with substance abuse, and Don, and especially for as long as he has, that certainly affects their abilities to cognitively function. So, and that's not to insult them. I'm just putting it out there. So a lot of times when they say something that seems off, that's why. It doesn't necessarily mean they had anything to do with Summer going missing. So.
Right. We don't know. You know, I think a lot of us have looked at them in that way, and then not looked at them that way, and then looked at them that way again, and then not looked at them that way. At this point, everything.
I mean, I certainly looked at them in the beginning,
right?
But then I got to thinking. I was like, Arctic, if this was a rich white couple from Palm Springs, Florida, that had a perfectly clean house, would you be judging them as hard as you are Don and Candace right now? And I wouldn't have been.
That's right. That's right. John Benet Ramsey, that case, okay? When I saw it, I never looked at the parents like I looked at these two in the beginning. So that's a great point.
Mhm.
But I still I'm a little questionable about John Bonet's family, her parents. It's to say I don't know anything more than what anybody else does, but I've always kind of looked at them a little weird. And I looked at these two a little weird, at least one of them for sure. And then I stepped away and I'm like, maybe it's just because it's so evident and it looks like that was what it would, but I don't know. I really don't know. And with this case, just like with Sebastian's, everything's on the table for me. And it still has, it always has been, because there's nothing that's ever made my mind. There's a couple people that I've been very questionable about. I'm kind of in the same bracket there with Arctic with that a little bit. There's just so many moving parts to this, guys. And there's so many people that were wrapped up in this. Okay. So at that point, what do we know? SRB says, go ahead, bud.
If you study criminology, which I did study it a little bit when I was in college, not enough to get a degree in it by any means, but one of the first things that they teach you is when they're doing investigations, you look for people that are from the area that insert themselves into the investigation. And who was one of the first people to insert themselves? Jody Sue Brown. She came out woodwork like a goddamn cockroach. And she's been grifting off this case more than anyone has. She's been making money off of it, asking people to help her with this and with that. And who was she? She was just a neighbor. And then you have her son Damien, who was homeschooled, who had just gotten in trouble days or weeks prior to looking in girls' bedroom windows. So you really have to question Jody Sue and her son when you've got this little girl who just suddenly goes missing. And I get why everyone questions how she could simply walk away, given it's such a rural area and everything, how much searching's been done and everything. But what if she didn't walk away? What if one of the neighbors snagged her? It's very well possible if she was outside. Candace had gone over to Grandis's house and left Summer, allegedly, for just a brief period of time, long enough to go check on her mom. Well, it only takes a split second for a child to disappear or get abducted. So
Absolutely. 100%. And listen, I'm with you on the Damien thing. He's a creeper, folks. He definitely was a creeper. This is a beautiful little girl. We don't know what's going on up here. There's definitely something that was off with him. So that's why I said I can see where Arctic's at with that. And Jody Sue, she over involved herself. Okay, kind of like most of you guys are probably more familiar with the Idaho Port case. The way Enan Harsh injected himself into the case is kind of how Jody Sue threw herself into this. Okay. In my opinion, at least. So there's things to look for and things to look at. And I like doing this like this. For one thing, it needs to be brought back to the surface again. It needs to be talked about. It's been 3 years with nothing. We need something on this. So if there's something that we missed, if there's something that somebody else saw or sees that we didn't see, it can happen. If there's something that's heard that somebody didn't hear, it always helps. But if nothing else, we're bringing her name and who she is back to the surface to be able to remind people to reheat this case to get it moving again. So
yeah, Leslie at Billy, I don't know what to make of that, allegedly seeing a body or what have you. Right now everything's on the table, like Dago said, because we don't know what is factual, because TBI has been so close-lipped about everything. And quite frankly, if anyone on Ben Hill Road says anything, I take it with a grain of salt, because that whole neighborhood, I don't trust anything out of anyone's mouth, just to be honest with you.
That's why I kind of snickered when Dawn just said, I just found out I got good neighbors, and I kind of went, well, yeah, okay. Because we come to find out down the road here, you really don't, bud, but it's okay. You know what I'm saying? So Arctic's
trust
right.
the good folks of Ben Hill Road about as much as I'd trust Casey Anthony to open a daycare.
There.
Oh,
Bingo. There you go. That's a good one. Like I said, he never fails. Arctic always knows what to say and when to say it. It's yeah, that's the best way to put it, guys. I mean, this whole neighborhood is just it was like a mini series, okay, that you'd find on the Shutter channel or something. Like these people were coming out of the woodwork with all sorts of crazy things going on, and you're like, what the hell? Who? What? When did it? How did this? Where did you? Oh my God! You know what I mean? It was just every other day. It was crazy. So you'll see. I'm gonna try to condense it as much as I can, but you'll see. Yes, East Tennessee, Allison. So again, I don't even know. It's crazy. It's very crazy. Thank you, SRB, again for that. I appreciate that very much. Don't Die says I focus on body language and how the words come out of someone's mouth. I mean, of course, within this interview, a lot of the things we all look at being in true crime. Okay. Salty, yes, I know. I know, Salty. I know. A lot of the things that we do within true crime is we do watch body language. We watch how, like in this interview, I remember watching this the first time and paying attention to how many times they said she used to, she did this, she used to be, putting her in the past tense. But you're gonna have to remember through all of this, and this is not meant to be an insult. Dawn and Candace Wells, their communication skills are about 0 to 0, okay? And they don't articulate very well through anything, okay? Understand that. So you know what I mean? So yeah, you are absolutely right with that. Don't dive. You are absolutely right.
No one up here is about to present Dawn and Candace with a Parent of the Year award. And even when Summer is found, which hopefully she is still out there somewhere alive,
yeah,
I do not think that Dawn and Candace should ever get custody of Summer or the boys back.
right.
Yeah,
And it's not because necessarily of the fact that they lived the way that they did. It's the fact that they didn't have to live that way. Don made good money. He could have had that house fixed up. He could have bought better food for the kids other than Dollar Tree frozen pizzas and junk food to where their teeth were rotting out. They didn't have to live the way that they were living. He blew his money on drugs, and he'll be
Yeah.
the one to tell you that too. So
he had no qualms with that, right? Not at all. And you'll see the inside of the home. You're gonna see all of these things and see, like I said, don't, at some point, Don't Dive is right with this. Like their body language and the way that they act is very suspicious, folks. It is. But they're also, in my opinion, like I said, in this interview, I believe it could be because of the trauma, the shock, the whatever of this, that Candace, I think, could be medicated at this point because of what's going on. She's very hard to understand and talk and so on and so forth at some points. So that makes it harder. Their body language is off in some senses, like I said, referring to in the past tense, things like all that. So I have to agree with Don't Dive with that in some senses with these interviews. I do. There's some crazy interviews too, guys, that get really out there and you're just like, whoa, what is going on? And then they tried to pull themselves up onto YouTube. Candace did. That was bad. That was all bad.
Really bad.
So there's a lot to this, but again, thank you for I appreciate the comments, guys. Like I said, Don't Dive. I'm with you on that in a lot of ways. So we just got to pay attention and see what we see. So again, thanks for jumping up here with us. Appreciate you, bud, very much.
Yeah, they did lose the rights to the boys, Nani. Don was trying to get a lawyer to fight it, but that didn't really go anywhere. So yeah, they did end up losing the rights to the boys.
I think it was within Children's Services came the day after she went missing, I believe, or they were supposed to, and then the boys were taken. So
yes.
Did Dawn abuse Candace? I kind of wonder if it was the other way around sometimes. I don't know for a fact. There's a lot, Terry. There's too much to
Yeah.
unpack. I can't unpack it all right now, but we will. There's rumors. There's all sorts of different things you can put together in your mind, I guess. More missing kids will be found when Ellie sucks it up and becomes more transparent. Well, I mean, that's a good point too. It's a very good opinion, sir. I appreciate that, Captain, very much.
Yeah, I'm with Music City, Mom. I think there was a whole lot of verbal abuse to each other, if nothing else. You have to think they were both drunk or on drugs 95% of the time, it seems. And so, when you're intoxicated like that, tempers are going to fly. You don't always know what you're doing. And yeah, I'm sure there was a lot of abuse going on.
I agree. I think, and even Molly said, I think it went both ways. I really do. So,
Sarah, are you talking about Hunter?
yeah.
He's the only teenage boy.
Yeah, we'll get to him too. And then his mom, who she has passed away as well. There's a lot of people that have passed on since this started too. It's crazy. But it's very possible, Taylor. It's very possible. We don't know everything. We've heard some things. There's recordings and all that, but we'll get into it. We will. We definitely will.
Out there that one of Summer's favorite songs was Godzilla, and they say, and they're jumping all over me about past tense was, well, I'm sorry about that. It's just.
She also liked the song by New Breed. It was called House, My House. She sung that a lot of times when I play it on the TV. She loved to dance.
She liked to think of herself as a princess, and and all that, like all young girls do. And,
Can you pause it there?
She loved to be.
See, that was one of the main issues that I had in the beginning is Dawn saying that she thought of herself as a princess and that she was so into Disney and this and that. What girl who thinks of herself as a princess asks to have all of her hair shaved off?
Exactly.
Thank you. Yeah, we're all on the same page with that too. I don't think that's how that went down. I never did. It was either, I had actually two theories on that, to be honest with you. One was that she had head lice. Okay. And in some ways I felt, and it was actually something that was brought to my attention, and I had to kind of look at it and agree with it. In some ways I felt that it was done as a punishment, maybe, or to change her appearance for a specific reason. And that was something that somebody brought up to me, and I said, well, maybe I'll say maybe. But yeah, I never believed that she wanted her hair shaved. I never did at all. So great point, sir, as always. And it looks like a lot of people agree with you on that one for sure. Don't Dive and Molly and SR, a lot of people. So yeah, I will say that.
Be that Elsa and
I think she really loved to be in church because she felt a lot of love there. And I think you can't explain what that love is, but you feel it and you know it, when you're young. And she felt that there, and she loved everybody in that church, or she loves everybody in that church. I should rephrase that because they'll tear that apart as past tense. And I apologize again for that. I hope she gets to come home, and I hope she gets to be with our church family again.
Our best friend in that church was Robin. She loved her to death.
Yeah, she looked up to women that were.
She come to that church, she went looking for Robin. That was her favorite person.
Any woman that was professional, that
was pretty, beautiful.
She looked up to those kind of women. She, they were the word I'm looking for, I can't think of it, but she looked up to them.
And I also think that Robin paid attention to her. And I'm not saying that her parents didn't, but I don't think they paid a lot of attention to her. Okay. They were too wrapped up in what they were doing within themselves.
Yep.
Their lot. Okay. And I think that it was all positive attention that she got from Robin, and her mother's not, and again, I know it's going to come off insulting, but like her mother just said, she was girly. Candace isn't that woman. Okay. And that's what Summer was looking for, the whole princessy, girly stuff and so on and so forth. So I think that attention being paid to her made her feel good, which is why she
Yeah.
went
And
beeline for it.
I don't see Candace as being the type to sit there and hold her daughter, hold her hand, do the
No.
touching that moms do with kids to show their love and
Right.
affection.
And we're going to down here, there's going to be some things that are going to be brought up, some things that were being put out there, accusational things that were said about specific things, and it all plays into it in some sense too. Not saying it's factual, guys, and we got to remember that. So, because we don't know. Welcome, Ken. Thank you for joining us. There's a lot to it, guys. There's a lot to this. There's a whole lot to unpack, and it's just so much, but it needs heard once again. And so that's my opinion as far as who Robin and what Robin was. In the beginning, there were people accusing Robin of taking her. I remember that, and I'm like, well, the theory that was put out there was that Robin loved Summer and saw that she was being neglected in some senses and took her out of the situation. And I was like, well, maybe, okay, but I don't think that's what happened at all. I truly think
the likely scenario, if it wasn't Jody, Sue, and Damien, in my opinion, and this is going to seem out there, so just give me some leeway here.
Oh,
Summer's not the only child in the family that has gone missing. Candace has a sister that went missing, Rosemarie Bly.
Yep.
If Grandis and Rosemarie had been in an abusive situation when she went missing. What if Grandis saw some of the abuse that Summer had possibly been going through at home and said, you know what? I'm going to get Summer away from this, and sent Summer off somewhere where she would be safe from it. What if she sent Rosemarie Bly off somewhere where she'd be safe from the abuse? I mean, that's something that I've given some thought to, is that she organized both of their disappearances.
It's very possible. It is very, very possible. Because that with the situation with Rose, if you throw the fact that it happened again into the equation, that does make sense. Do you see what I'm saying? So yeah, it really does. That makes a whole lot of sense. You never know, and I hate to say this, but it would be the best thing that could have happened to Summer, and I almost hope somebody came to me with that probably a year ago in an email and said that they think kind of like what you said. They didn't put Grandis in it though, and said that they believe that Summer's with Rose somewhere else. And I was like, well, I can't say no. That's all I'm saying. So, it does make sense. It really does.
Allison, Rose is Candace's sister, and she went missing.
Again, without a trace. She's gone. Oof. So, you never know.
And like Taylor said, I don't remember the time between the two cases, but she said maybe they can be together. Maybe it was a planned.
I think Rose, how long was it, Arctic, before Summer went missing that Rose had gone missing? Was it like 15 years?
Oh, it had been several years between the two disappearances.
I think it was 15. Don't quote me, folks, because it's been a long time. I might be overstretching it there, but I'll find out though. We will.
She'd give them a run for their money every day. She'd give them a run for their money. And there was times, we'd be, at our boys, like, don't do this and don't do that. And next thing you know, a stick would come up and just whop them, and it'd be like, Summer, don't do that.
Summer was the boss of the family.
Yeah,
she
typical girl.
When they get out of line, she'd put them in line.
She'd do her best.
She loved to play in the mud and the water and swing on her swing, and enjoy dirt.
When I run the lawnmower around, she would run behind me. When the boys run their bikes around, she, as fast as that little bike could go, she would be behind them running and keeping up with them, no problem. You know, she loved to run. She just loved to run, and she could pull herself up on that swing, her full body weight with her two hands, and she could do that. None of the other boys can do that, but she can.
Was she in school yet?
No, she's going this year.
This was supposed to be her first year.
She's been. We did all the what?
I took care of everything.
Yeah.
I had her already taken all of her shots and registered in the school ready for this year.
Well, I just never expected for anyone to get a hold of my heart like she has, because I try to guard my heart as much as I can, but she holds my heart in her little hands, and I love her with all my heart. I mean, I'd do anything.
Thank you,
to have her
Mrs.
back.
Mississippi.
Your little girl.
If there's any way, if you can find it in your heart to please release her somehow. I don't know how you might do that. I mean, 'cause you're probably scared of going to prison for the rest of your life and everything else, I'm sure. But please find it in your heart, have mercy, and find a way of letting her go, and where we can get her back. And just please have mercy on her, and you know, and us, and her brothers. And she's such a loving, good spirit. Please don't hurt her. Please let her come home. That my biggest fear is, you know, her being tormented or locked in a dungeon or basement or something, because she loved to be outside all the time. That was her, unfortunately, her downfall. 'Cause a lot of times
Taylor, let me get through a couple of these things here, and I'll go ahead and open it up and bring you up there. No worries.
the boys would be inside and we'd be like, "Where's Summer? Why'd you leave her out there alone? You know, go get Summer now." You know, and that's happened over and over again. And we'd come out and she would always be close by, but we was always coming up. She had to be outside. She was an outdoor person. And
She loved to be outside.
Yep. And I'm so afraid that she's locked away. She's such a loving heart and everything. And I'm afraid that she won't be able to, locked away where she can't be outside or play with a puppy or anything, love nature, and that's my greatest fear, that she's not able to do any of these things anymore, or that she could possibly, I don't want to think she's dead, but it's a possibility. I don't want to address all the negativity. I just want to focus on the positive, because it's so easy to get, lost in that negativity and stuff, and it's just not worth it. So I appreciate y'all, the good things you say, and your prayers. That's awesome.
When my sister went missing, I was in between Arkansas and Tennessee. I don't know all of what happened or what did happen, but I hope.
Thank you so much, Aurora, for the super chat. Glad you're covering this. So much has happened. That's speculation. Some creators are so over the top on this case. Unbelievable behavior just for money. Agreed. I do agree very much. Again, thank you so much, Aurora.
Hope that they find her too and bring her home safely too.
Well, yeah, there's nothing. She disappeared without a trace. They haven't found anything, haven't found a body, nothing. And when you see cases like that, that's why I lose hope on Summer. I want to keep hope, but sometimes I lose hope.
Lose it.
And I think, well, maybe we won't never see her again, so I start thinking in past tense. Sorry. But I'm trying to keep hope up. I'm trying to keep my prayers up and all that.
5-year-old Summer Wells lived with her family in a house on top of a hill in Rogersville, Tennessee. Summer was just 3 feet tall, 40 pounds, but behind those blue eyes was a little girl full of life. On June 15, 2021, Summer was reported missing by her family. They say they were home doing some gardening when Summer went inside with her siblings, but moments later, she was gone. The family looked in the house, looked in the surrounding woods, but could not find her. What happened to Summer? Once the community found out about this missing little girl, the searches grew in numbers, and thousands of acres in Hawkins County were covered by concerned neighbors, friends, and strangers. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation took charge of the case, but now, more than a year later, this little girl with the huge smile is still missing. Tonight, we take you up on that hill and inside the home of Summer Wells and try to understand how a little girl could just vanish. I'm Vinny Politan. Thank you so much for joining us tonight here on Closing Arguments. And we begin this evening with a story of a little girl, blonde hair, blue eyes, big smile, just 5 years old, who went missing. And the question is, what happened here? What happened to this little girl? It's still a mystery. We still don't have that answer. And when you think about it, for those of you who are parents, even those of you who aren't parents can understand this. Like, you've got a child, and you know it's the most important thing in the world to you, and you do whatever you can to protect that child. But something happened to this child, and we don't know what happened. Now, we've covered cases in the past where people have come into homes in the middle of the night and abducted children. It really happens because we've seen it happen. We've covered those cases. But this seemingly happened in the middle of the day, maybe around 6:30 at night. It's still light out. It's not darkness, you know. Someone's creeping around, but something happened in the middle of the day to this little girl. And it makes you wonder when you see the pictures and you think about what a 5-year-old child is like. They're so curious, they're adventurous, and they're taking their bites at life, and every day is this amazing adventure. So you wonder, how could someone harm her? I mean, look at her. How could someone harm her? Why would someone do that? What type of person would do something like that? Those are all the questions that are surrounding what happened to Summer Wells. And as we sit here tonight, it's been way too long. It's more than a year, and we don't have an answer. And my fear is, because you know how many unsolved cases we cover here on Closing Arguments, I don't want this to become another one of those where, every year it's the anniversary, it's the anniversary, it's the anniversary. And we don't know where she is or what happened. And that's incredibly tragic. As I mentioned, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, in charge of this, looking at this, taking it very seriously. They know how high profile it is. And they know that Summer Wells was such a vulnerable young child that you want to solve that case. You want to solve every case, but when you've got a missing child, it takes it to another level. 1 year, people don't like using that word anniversary. All right, it's been more than a year now, June 15th, 2021, that she's been missing. And the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation gave us an update on where they stand in their investigation into what happened to Summer Wells.
At approximately 6:30 p.m. on this day, 1 year ago, Summer Wells, who was 5 years old at the time, was reported missing from her home on Ben Hill Road in the Beach Creek community of Hawkins County. When we held the first media briefing on June 16th, honestly, we expected to have good news to report by the time the next media briefing came around. Unfortunately, instead, day after day ended in frustration and disappointment. At that time, no one expected that we would still be searching for Summer 1 year later. We've said from the beginning that this case is outside the norm. There are few clues as to what happened to Summer, despite investigators doing everything within their power to find answers. While investigators have been diligently working to find answers, they've had to deal with thousands of tips generated by false information that in some cases has been intentionally spread across social media platforms. We know that this case has attracted the attention of individuals across the country who genuinely care about Summer and want nothing more but to help us find answers. We appreciate those people. However, we are also aware that there are some people using this case for their own personal gain by spreading false information on social media posts as facts. Some go as far as to solicit donations. This has had a major impact on the investigation and not in a good way. Moving forward, we ask the public not to submit tips as a result of a video they viewed on YouTube or a theory they've seen posted on Facebook. Please help us and only call if you have direct, specific information about the disappearance of Summer.
Want to bring in a special guest joining us now tonight in Charleston, South Carolina, former homicide detective and host of The Interview Room with Chris McDonough. Chris McDonough with us. And Chris, I know you're one of the people that care about this case.
This is a good place to pause.
So much investigation.
So.
Talking about the people that have brought the misinformation and bringing up Krusty McDonald in the same fucking sentence.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That is no lie.
Oh my God.
Wow, 20 months?
And just for the people in the back, they were talking about people like Bullhorn Betty and Jaundice for all the fucking people that have grifted off of Summer's case and put all kinds of misinformation out. There was one creator that sat there and talked about Summer had been sighted in Arkansas, and this is when Dawn and Candace were living here. And so it's like, okay, right. Where is it supposedly happening? Did you call it into the TBI? No, they didn't. So I called the TBI. I gave them the information about the alleged sighting. I said, I bet it's a nothing burger, but hey, just doing my due diligence to see if this is her or not. And It was not Summer. It was some kid and they wasn't even a girl. It was a boy that looked similar to Summer with her shaved head. So.
Agreed. Yeah, guys, please pay very little attention to this guy here. Okay, everything he says, please take it with a grain of salt. I forgot that he was even in this interview, but it bypass what he says and listen to the other stuff because I like Vinny and that. So, Crispy McDonough, yes. Anyway, here we go. Moving on. Show.
And speaking to people. Can you believe that we're sitting here now more than a year later and still no answer?
No, Vinny, I can't. I think this is a chess game right now, and the authorities who are working this, to that last point by the PIO that are from TBI, there's been so much misinformation that has misguided, direction in relationship to investigators' time. So I think, when I first heard that piece of their, the press conference, it just reiterated the power of these platforms and how they should be utilized in a very responsible way so that the investigators can get on what they do and not have to waste time. So to answer your question, no, I can't believe we're still talking about this.
Well, let's do this because, as I mentioned, you've done incredible work on The Interview Room, and folks, check it out in incredible detail. Look at this case and the area. I want to play a piece of an interview you did with Summer's mom where she kind of walked you through that house and walked you through what happened that.
I think this is the only thing good that came out of anything he had to do with this, in my opinion, and that's just showing the inside of the house and stuff like that. So here you can pay attention to that. Other than that, just kind of let his stuff go through your ears, guys. That's all.
That day.
FYI, chat's being screwy.
What do you mean?
When you try and type a message, it says error, try again. Me, Molly, Noni.
Oh, here we go with
Yeah.
the.
I thought it was weird earlier that nobody was chatting, and I was like, okay, something's messed up.
You know, YouTube doing, or StreamYard having its glitchy stuff again. Who knows? It could be the weather. I don't know.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. I don't control it. I wish I could. Hopefully it clears up soon. Hey, Paula. Well, hopefully it'll clear up quickly.
Let's watch that, and then we'll continue to speak as that sort of tour that she gave you continues. Let's watch.
Okay, watching TV. Where's Summer?
Summer, she was with me.
Okay, so walk me through that.
All right, well, we walked up in here and we got Josie, Wyatt, and Waylon, the boys.
Right, you put the groceries down, right?
Yeah, well, we went back out and then we brought the groceries in and put them down. And then Mom, she took her stuff to her house, put her stuff away.
Okay.
And then, of course, me and Summer went back over, put our stuff away.
Okay. You went back in?
Yeah, me and Summer went back in the house. And then we were just doing normal stuff.
Okay.
Around the house like we normally do. And I come out, Mom was sitting there at the time I come out and I'm standing here. Okay. I was like, what are you doing? What are you staring at? She's like, these plants, I gotta get them transplanted. I was like, well, Summer will help us. So I went back in. By that time she was sitting on the floor playing with her toys.
Right here?
No, in the kitchen where we were just at.
Okay.
She was actually sitting on the floor playing with the toys at that time. I said, Summer, you want to help plant flowers? And she jumped up, left her toys and us, of course. That's cool.
Yeah,
So
well, that's what kids do. It's their job.
What?
Okay.
We walked over here and we transplanted these cactuses from the little pots that they were in. We transplanted these ones here into this bigger pot and that one into that bigger pot. And she took the rocks that we've gotten from different gem mines when we went up to Gatlinburg and stuff.
Okay.
And she's the one that spreaded all the rocks around in here. And then she put her puppies in here. She wanted Chase in there, you know.
Okay.
That was cool.
Where are those puppies now?
What do you mean?
Oh, the little puppies, her ruins.
Yeah, these little.
Oh, yeah, those little guys. Oh, that's Paw Patrol.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the police one.
Yep, that's Chase. He's always on the case.
Okay. Okay. Oh, I see another one over here.
She put him in there. Yep, you're on the cactus.
Okay. Don't take those out, okay?
No, I leave them right there.
I know.
And then we went in my mom's where we can't get in there.
Yeah, that's fine. Went in there.
We went in there and got some candy and stuff she gets from grandma.
Okay.
And I said, well, I'm going to go back over to the house. She wanted to go back, so I figured I'd go back, you know.
Okay.
And I brought her, I literally walked over to here. Like literally walked right to here where I could see the boys and on the kitchen table.
Got them.
And I watched her walk in there. And afterwards, when she was already in there, I walked over and said, Wyatt. And he looked at me and I said, watch Sissy, I'll be right back. And that's when I walked back over to my mom's.
Okay.
And I was fixing her brace and stuff like that. And I said, well, Mom, I got to go back over with the kids. And that's when I come back up into the house.
Okay.
With the boys.
Okay.
Not that.
You walked into the house.
Well, I walked into here. Get up. Get up.
Now, remind me, guys, I had a theory myself, too. I think I told Mama Bear, somebody in here. It's been so long, I can't remember now. That whole candy thing with Grandis, when I heard it, Grandis was taken to the emergency room that morning to pick up pain medication, okay? There was like pill seeking going on in some instances here. I have an opinion of, okay? And when she said that she went in and grabbed the candy from grandma, blah, 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 so on and so forth, something went through my head about the possibility of Summer getting a hold of something that she shouldn't have, thinking it was candy.
Right.
So that was another theory that I had based on that conversation at that point. Again, there's a lot of different things that went through my head with this, you guys. And again, we can talk about them as we do down the road. So, I always wondered that too. And I wondered because there's other things that happened after that made me wonder, I should say. So, the house gets better. Believe me, it does.
Well,
Way better. Way better. Crazy. Like I've never seen a house like this before this either, by the way. I've never seen anything like
I
the way
would
they
say
did this.
it's more interesting, not better.
Yeah, it's kind of like not better. Yeah, it's an adventure to go through here. I'll tell you that much.
I walked in here and them three were sitting right here in front with their eyes glued to the TV, like always. And I said, boys, where's your sister at? Well, she just went downstairs, Mom, to play. So I went over here like this, because this is where the stairs are.
Okay.
It's actually down under there.
Oh, down into her bedroom.
Our bedroom, and then hers is on the other side.
Oh, okay, in the basement.
Yeah, in the basement.
Well, this makes sense now, see?
And then I yelled, I said, Summer. And she didn't, I listened for a minute, I didn't hear nothing. So I went like this. This is how I would get down here.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you want to come down here or not.
Do I got to be tiny to get in there?
No, you should.
Can we come in from the other side?
Well, we can. It would make more sense if you went this way.
Okay, I'll follow you. Oh, man.
Chris, as we're watching your video here, this is the entrance to Summer's bedroom?
Yes, guys, this is how they got down their basement stairs. They went under the counter, down they go. First time I saw this. Yeah, wait till you see the bedroom, Hummingbird. It's bad. But again, I'm just saying. Can you guys type now? Is it working? Let me see.
It's hit and miss.
Yeah, okay, that one worked. Yeah, this was the first time I saw this. I went, "What the hell is this?" And this Arctic was right earlier. It was kind of sad because this is what Don did for a living, guys. He could have done all of this with no problem, but just never did it. Never put any of his money into the home, and we know why. So I don't know, guys. I just don't know.
Yeah, this is the entrance, Vinny. It's underneath like a little shelf in the kitchen. And it's cut out from that shelf, and a set of stairway goes down to the basement.
Wow. Okay, so you're coming down into the basement here with Summer's mom. What are you thinking as you're looking at all this and seeing this for the first time?
That right there is Summer's bedroom, folks. That was her bedroom before this all happened. Okay, that's her bed. Those are her toys, and this is where she slept. Or she slept with them in the other room, the other part of the basement. And then the boys have beds over here to the left. So pretty sad, in my opinion. No, it's definitely not a bedroom. And I don't understand this because the house seems quite large. I would imagine there's bedrooms upstairs. I don't know why they're not used. Never did understand that.
I mean, and a basement bedroom, there's not even anything wrong with that in and of itself.
No,
had that room been finished, been finished and clean and not have to crawl under the counter to get into it.
Right.
It
looks like a dungeon. You're right. There's an exit here. You'll see it soon, guys. So there, with fire-wise, it was safe for that. But they could have painted, carpeted, put a real bedroom in here, gave this child a real bed, not a giant mattress on the floor. That's what I'm saying. Like, this is not what a bedroom's supposed to be.
Exactly. I'll tell you what, my great uncle in Kansas, he had bedrooms in his basement, and I'll tell you what, I wanted to go live with him. Those bedrooms were nice that he had.
Agreed. Yeah,
and then I see something like this, and I'm like, you're letting a 5-year-old child live and sleep in this condition?
I agree. Like I said, we had bedrooms in our basement. One home we had, it was finished. It was, concrete walls, but they were painted nicely. It was sealed down there. There was no water. They had real beds and dressers. There was carpeting. It looked like a room. There was drywall and stuff like that on the outside for the bedroom, so on and so forth. You don't throw a mattress on the floor and throw a child down there and say, there's your room. That's just not how that works, guys. It's just not right. I'm sorry. And they went as far as to build beds over here for the boys of some sort, but just threw a mattress on the floor for her. That just kind of bothered me. I'll just say that. I don't know.
Time.
I was in shock. But the old homicide detective in me kicked in where it's like, let's just stay focused on, what are the dynamics of this room? Where's mom and dad? Where does Summer sleep? Well, what are Summer's interests? I'm trying to create a victimology in my head in relationship to the dynamics of, this child's environment.
And as
it really felt.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Benny. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
It felt like a dungeon. It felt like a dungeon.
So you enter the basement underneath a cabinet in the kitchen, and you kind of crawl in there backwards. You get down there. How do you get out of there?
Well, there's a door.
That's what my question has been for 3 years, Salty. This is a pretty good-sized house. All I ever saw of this house was that kitchen and down in the basement. I know there's other rooms here. Do they not have bedrooms where they couldn't put these kids upstairs? I don't understand this. And if they do have bedrooms, why aren't they being used? Or are they packed full of hoarding stuff? Is that why? Because the basement's big enough, they could have put all your hoarding in the basement and put the kids in the bedrooms where they belong. So, just saying, I don't know.
It's going to show us a door. It's, you're going to see it here in a second, but you'll notice all the lights are off.
Right.
That's a wire hanging down. There's items over the windows. As you come in, you can.
What happened?
I accidentally pushed a button.
Oh.
I messed it all up.
Hold on.
Messed it up good.
It's okay. It happens. All right, here we go. The biggie.
Can see, and there's that door right there. You could barely see it for a second. And she's going to take us over there, but you see that window is covered. And now this is the door. There's a TV there that had some inappropriate material on it running while I was there. It was crazy. It was crazy.
So her story is that Summer went inside. Siblings are watching TV, so they're glued to the TV upstairs. So if Summer goes down to her bedroom, she would go down there by herself at that moment, right?
Yeah, that's the reported information. Yeah, at this point, correct.
Okay, so let's take a listen, because you did ask her about the door downstairs. Let's watch that.
Yeah, I come down and I searched. I looked up underneath the beds under there. We can't really get on. I can't get on there.
Yeah.
But I looked under there, looked under every blanket I could possibly look under.
Yep.
And then I come over here and I looked on one side and see nowhere. And I don't recall if this was locked or not. I don't recall that.
Okay.
But I know it's hard on. But I know I did come out here and I said, Summer, because sometimes she'll sit right here and just sit here and play just for, And usually when she comes out and she goes directly that way up to the swing.
Oh, okay. So this is like her.
Yeah, she
come running out.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, you can see the path here.
Right to the swing.
Right, you can see where she could have run right up to
and
here.
And this is all the further she would go. She wouldn't leave.
Okay.
She wouldn't go nowhere else.
This is absolutely jaw-dropping, but eye-opening at the same time. I mean, I've heard bits of her accounts of that day, or their accounts of that day, but it makes a lot more sense to a certain extent walking through the home now. So she's 5 years old. If she wanted to open that door, I mean, that would be no problem for her.
Providing the deadbolt is not locked above it. And what's interesting, you'll notice that mom, when she'd gone outside and we were, talking, she was showing me some things. There are a couple of things in play here, Vinny. Number one is they had ingrained in all the children's heads not to leave the property. A. B, and the reason for that is this idea of there's animals, there's bears, there's, strangers, all this other stuff. And in one of the press conferences, Dad even says that a neighbor had pulled up on the lawn and Summer ran up to the front door of their house. So the mindset of this child in relationship to the behavioral analysis aspect of it is this little girl is scared of a lot of different things going on. At 5 years old, I think that's natural for any of our children. And so if she was able to open that door, she would have to, deal with two lock mechanisms, not only the door handle, but a deadbolt. So, it's a mystery if she's able to, do that at the time. Okay. And so Mom immediately, when she stepped out, turned around, she went back in, locked the door, and came back out the other side. So that looked like that was a habit for the parents as well.
And just give us, before we go to break here, some idea of neighbors. This house is kind of up on a hill, is my understanding. Are there any neighbors anywhere close by?
There are neighbors across that, from that shot there, straight across the canyon. There is kind of like a little canyon, and it goes up a hill. There's a neighbor across there, and then there's another to the right, which is going to be facing up this road here north. If you were to look north here, there's a neighbor property over there as well.
All right, Chris McDonough staying with us. We've got more into the disappearance of Summer Wells. Also, 9 o'clock, big hour here on the program, big day on Court TV. We had a defendant taking the stand. Was this man possessed by evil? You watch his testimony tonight, and you be the judge.
Where we went and how we did it was all twisted up now.
What's different that you want to clear up?
Well, because when we left from the...
Now, just so that you guys have an idea, because I didn't show this, I should have just set it up, but that's okay. The day that Summer went missing, they got up in the morning. They took Grandis, who is Candace's mother, to the emergency room, as I told you. And then they stopped. This is a story at another friend's house and picked up a teenage boy. And then they went to they claimed it to be a horse watering place. It's like a creek or something. I don't even know how to explain it. To go swimming. And then that's, I think, where they're getting ready to go and show what happened there. And then the day moves on from there. There's multiple other things. And we'll get into all that to give you guys what actually happened. So there were no doors in the basement, Leslie? No, except for the one door that leads out directly to the outside. And the claim is that they believe is that somebody either came in that door, grabbed her and left with her, or she went out that door and somebody grabbed her there and took off with her. I'll never believe that. There was 35 dogs there that if a stranger walked up on that house would have been barking their brains out. So it wasn't a stranger, in my opinion, based on what they're saying, okay? Grandis's grandma, yes, Allison. That is Candace's mother. Her name is Candace as well. And so they call her Grandis because she's Grandma or Candace, whatever. So that's the theory and the scenario that was told, narrative, whatever you want to call it. And just giving you guys a little set up before we go through this here.
The emergency room, we went straight to the smoke shop, and that's when I got the cigarettes and stuff like that there. And then we stopped at the hippie house, and I got those cheap vapes because they're cheap there. And then we went and put my mom's prescription in, and then we went to Warriors, and then we come back to Walgreens, got mom's prescription, went to Sonic, then to Priceless, then to his house.
Okay.
And that's
the order. Okay. So he had it different from what you remember.
Right.
Okay. So
That's not what I remember. It's how it was.
Okay.
That's Summer Wells' mom, speaking with Chris McDonough, talking about the day that her daughter went missing and where she was and what she was doing. There was someone else there with them that day. It wasn't just Summer and her mom. Grandma was there. And then there was a young man, 15 years old, named Hunter, who was involved as well. I want to bring back in Chris McDonough, host of the Interview Room with Chris McDonough. It's on YouTube. Incredible depth and detail on this story. Please check it out. Chris, give us a little background on this 15-year-old. What's his connection to the family? And he was with Summer and Mom and Grandma that day?
Yeah, Vinny. So the connection is the mom and Hunter's mother are friends, and Hunter's grandmother are friends. So that's the connection. And on that day, she had called and asked if he wanted to hang out with them, essentially. And so approval was given. And it was more of a, hey, can you keep an eye on Summer? My mom's hurt. Candace's mother was injured and she had to go to the emergency room to get her knee checked. So it was kind of, portrayed that was the reason Hunter was coming along.
So
now,
Hunter was kind of like an extra hand. You've got a 5-year-old child, you got to take care of her, but Grandma is hurting. She's got to go to the
I don't know what the hell is going on with StreamYard today, but that was weird.
Right. I was just getting ready to tell you, like, we can see what you're doing up there.
I wasn't doing it. I didn't do that. That's the weird thing. No, well, I over-exaggerated, Salty. They don't have 35, but there was a lot. Maybe 7, 8, 9 dogs, I think, close to or something like that.
Several.
There was a lot, yeah. Yes, very important. I do agree, Salty. It was a big part of this, yes. Okay, here we go.
who could
Hold on, sorry. What the hell is going on? Don't want me on here today? Fine, YouTube. Okay, let's try it again.
could keep an eye on Summer.
Right. And he describes his behavior as, kind of like an older brother scenario.
Okay.
So that's how that unfolds there.
So there's a trip to, and I've heard about this, I've heard a lot about it, a trip to a swimming hole. We're going to play a little bit of what Hunter told you about what happened at the trip, but where is this swimming hole? And does everyone agree that there was a trip to a swimming hole the day that they were going to the hospital, going to Walgreens and going to other places?
Well, everybody says that, they went to this swimming hole. It's called Warrior's Path. It's a Tennessee state park. It's not far from the Walgreens, less than probably a mile. And so it would sequentially line up with going to that water hole to swim.
Okay, so let's play a little bit of your interview with Hunter, who talked to you. You're getting everyone to speak to you, by the way. It's amazing. Talking about what happened that day when they went to this swimming hole.
You see a point where Summer is underwater.
For like 10 to 15 seconds.
Okay, walk me through that.
And so I'll go in calm as heck because I know she might just be messing around.
Did you think she was injured?
No,
Could she have been?
She could have been.
Help me understand that.
She could have been when she got back into the car, like how the water gets through your lungs and everything else.
Okay.
And how she was in the hot car while they went to the stores and everything.
Okay, so let's go from the moment you see her, and what did you do?
I just throw my shirt down and just put myself into that water to see if she's okay.
Okay, so you got scared.
A little bit, yeah.
Okay, walk me through those emotions.
I was just like, I don't really get scared or nothing, to be honest. I just get a little bit like spooked.
Got it.
Spooked. Okay. Like, how do I put that? Like, spooked. Like, I get a little bit like shook for a second.
Right.
That's it.
Okay. So you got nervous.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
And did you call her?
Yeah, I was like, Summer, but I don't know if you can hear underwater like that.
So can you see her underwater?
No, yeah, you can see her. I could see her. It's just that I was wanting to make sure that she was okay.
Got it, straight up. And what happened?
I just pull her up, bring her over my shoulders. I say, "Are you okay?" She goes, "Yeah."
Did she spit up water or anything?
She did spit up water.
Was she laughing?
She was just laughing. Yeah.
Okay.
I was just saying because after the effect of that, because it was a short period of time before they dropped me off that she said that she was missing.
Okay. So does everyone acknowledge that something happened where Summer had to be pulled out of the water that day?
Well, that's what Hunter's saying. Mom is not 100% on board with that. She's saying that in a roundabout way that didn't happen. I think that one of the most interesting pieces of that, though, in his verbiage, was that she said, he said that, like she was swallowing water. That's kind of a spontaneous statement from a 15-year-old about a 5-year-old, right? And so I kind of thought in the back of my head, what exactly does that mean? And the doctors can figure that stuff out.
Okay. So you've got that situation. Now, when does he break away from the rest of the group? Because he's not at the house when Summer's mom says that she disappeared. So when was the last time he says he saw Summer, and did he make any observations?
Thank you.
Allie. Yes, it was Allie. Thank you. I was trying to help you and I couldn't even do it. Welcome, Sound of Silence. Jesus.
I had the A, but I couldn't remember the rest of it.
It's been such a long time. It's sad that since I've covered this, but Appalachian detail. Oh, you're fine, Salty. These things are all important. You're absolutely right. Allison Hairless Mullaney. Thank you, Sound.
Wow.
On we go.
About her at that moment.
Yeah, so he is taken home after a couple, they pick up the prescription, they go get a Slurpee from a local store, they pick up some groceries, and then it's at that point he is taken back to his house. That's his grandmother sitting there on the porch. They see Summer in the car. He relates, in his opinion, she's still alive, and that they had been, playing inside of the car on the drive home.
So that would be the point, right? If you're putting a timeline together here, Chris, that would be the point that the last time anyone from outside of the immediate family sees Summer.
Correct. Hunter would have been in the last one, and the folks on the porch there.
And how far is where they live from where Summer lives?
About 4.5, just under 5 miles.
Okay. And was he ever contacted? Like when she goes missing, I'm sure there's some level of panic by the family that our 5-year-old is missing, so we've got to search for her. Did they call him up to come help with the search?
No, but she did call while the authorities were there. Summer's mom called his mother, and on FaceTime was telling the boy's mom that the authorities were looking for Summer, but she was inside of the house, not participating. And they related to me, they felt that was kind of an odd detail. If your daughter's missing, why isn't she jumping in relationship to getting out there and wanting to help? So I don't know exactly what that means. I'm sure the authorities will tell us at some point.
And how about Grandma, who was there that day? Has she ever spoken publicly? Have we heard her version of what happened that day?
Yeah, her version is almost a parroted version of Mom and Dad. So it's almost all three of them are in sequence with the story as a whole.
And was Summer's dad there at the moment that they say she disappeared?
That's still a mystery. There's about 3 hours of time. From 3 o'clock to 6:23 is when the time of call for the 911 came in. So there's that period of time that is still, a toss up in the air in relationship to, the sequence of events here.
Timelines are so important. And when they're
So
not clear,
important.
that is a problem. All right, folks, it's the interview room with Chris McDonough. It's on YouTube. Subscribe to it. Watch it all. Incredible detail. Chris, we'll be talking again about this and other stories. Great to see you. Thank you so much. When we come back, I want to bring in a body language expert and a psychiatrist to take a look.
You said 2 to 10 minutes, maybe.
No, 2 to 5.
2 to 5. And then she goes in and now she's gone. What do you think happened? Where would a suspect have been, in your opinion, in this?
My opinion?
Yeah, in this area.
They could have been sitting anywhere. They could have been sitting over here, off the little edge right here, or where the bus is, that little bushy area right there. They could have been sitting
Right
there.
out here.
Yeah. And
Okay, come show me.
What's up?
That's all right.
And I just recently found out that there was I guess he's a child molester.
Okay.
That lived literally 8 minutes from my house. And he can literally walk from his house into my house within 8 minutes.
Okay.
And that bushy area right there, you can't really tell if anybody's crouched down there or anything.
What do the authorities think?
I don't know what they think. I really don't.
Fascinating. Chris McDonough from the interview room speaking with Summer Wells' mom. What could have happened? Well, there's a child molester, lives 8 minutes away, could have been hiding in the bushes there.
Now, part of the interview that Hunter gave to Chris, I listened to 3 years ago, and he claims that while he was in the vehicle, Hunter says this, while he was in the vehicle with them, that Dawn called Candace. Somebody fix me if I'm wrong on this, because I may mess up some details because it's been a while. But Dawn called Candace supposedly and started screaming and yelling about some guy being on the property, that was watching the kids, as in a you-know-what type person. And that was talked about. Hunter says that he at some point picked up Candace's phone and looked at it and saw some things that were, what was it that he said he saw, Mama Bear? Do you remember that?
Say that again.
Remember when Hunter in that interview claimed that he picked up Candace's phone, looked at it, and it said something, or he saw something in the phone? I can't remember what the hell it was.
Yeah, I don't remember either.
Okay. So, and not to mention, when she takes Hunter, and I'll show you guys the watering hole thing. She picks him up when they go to this watering hole. She stopped and bought the vape things, and bought a what the hell is it called? The Twisted Tea, a tall boy can of the Twisted Tea, and gave it to the 15-year-old kid to drink. Meanwhile, Summer's in the water, going up and down. She's tiny little girl. Those rocks in that water are like slimy, slippery to stand on. She kept going under the water. She's little. The water was only 71 degrees that day. I checked all that stuff out, every bit of it. And yep, I do. It's done. It's done. What are we talking about here? What's done? It's Dawn, he said he saw. Okay, something about that. But Dawn's talking back and forth about somebody being up on the property that's looking at the kids in a weird way, blah blah blah, so on and so forth. Initially, the story that was told was that the boys went to work with Dawn. Okay, they were at home. She explained they were at home in the kitchen when she came home when Summer disappeared. There were some things that changed around a little bit. I'll just say that much. So there's that too. I want to give you guys, make sure you guys are on the same track we are with this.
Well, and in fairness, you have to take what Hunter says with a grain of salt.
That's what I was getting ready to go into. Is he's 15, he's kind of thuggy, ghetto-y, whatever you want to call it. He gets high.
I mean, look at the situation surrounding Allie's death, for example. They said she was dead 3-4 days before she died. They got all kinds of money given to them and everything else. Then there was questions of whether Hunter's girlfriend was even pregnant and all this stuff. I mean, like I said in the beginning, you cannot trust anyone from that community to save your life. You'd be better off handing your kid off to your worst enemy to take care of, you know?
I agree. Yeah, I don't know the details behind what happened with Allie. I wasn't following that part of it, so at some point we'll get into that too. I heard that was shifty. That's all I heard. Those were the words. So I don't know. They're like Arctic says, he's right. You can't take, this is a 15-year-old kid that sounded to me like he was playing into the interview as much as he could, dramatically in some senses. He's getting attention. It is what it's like he said. You got to take everything with a grain of salt. So remember that, please, too.
I noticed that little dog that was there. I wonder if the dog would have barked if someone was hiding in the bushes. I don't know. Let's bring in our experts joining me tonight in Winchester, Virginia. Body language expert specializing in micro expressions. Dr. Stephen Langston is with us. And in Los Angeles, California, forensic psychiatrist, trial expert, witness, and columnist, Dr. Carol Lieberman. Great to see you both. Stephen, let me begin with you. We're going to show another little piece of Chris's interview with mom, Candace, talking about her missing child, Summer Wells. Let's watch, and you tell me if you notice anything about mom.
Miss Candace, while I'm out here, is there anything that you feel is important that you'd want to tell the world that I haven't asked you, that you want to let them know?
Not really, just hope that everybody that's looking for her, that we can find her and bring her home safely.
Okay.
She was very precious to me.
Okay. And the authorities are working hard on this?
Yes, from what I understand, yes.
Okay. And, you know, we're going to let them do their job.
Yes, sir.
Right?
That's right.
And you're cooperating, obviously.
Yep,
okay.
100%.
All right, Dr. Stephen Langston. I'm just going to jump in here and I'm going to ask you one thing that I noticed. She said she was precious to me.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you know, it is common when you're looking at those interviews, any kind of statements like that, when someone comes up with a past tense comment that they already know what's happened, they've already decided this. One of the difficulties I have with this is the regional dialect that happens there. If you listen to Candace and you listen to Donnie, even if you listen to her mother's statement, the neighbor's statement, even the captain of the police department, they all have that same rhythmic dialect that's in their language. It's not common, maybe necessarily across everywhere, but in the mountainous region there in Tennessee, they don't break that, and they continue to say was. I saw an interview with her where she talked about how she was a tomboy, and then Donnie mentioned her favorite song was Godzilla, and so they do seem to use this term a lot, even to a point that I think social media has called it out so much. They're even acknowledging, saying, I don't really know what that means. I'm saying was, she was. Even he says we're losing hope in this stuff. It does seem odd. I don't think that's necessarily the right thing a parent to, would come forward with. You think they would be keeping hope. You think they would keep it in the present tense, recognizing something in past tense. Either it could have been maybe they've given up and they've gone ahead and mourned. They've gone ahead and closed that stuff. But calling out the past tense is definitely an eye-opening for both mom and dad there.
Yeah, Dr. Carol Lieberman, your thoughts about mom?
Again, guys, please take everything this lady says with a grain of salt. I think she's clinically insane. That's just my opinion. If you like her, no offense meant. Just be easy with her. I'm sorry.
Well, I think we need to call in Sherlock Holmes, first of all, because there are so many suspects in this case. You know, you would think that mom would be the last one in some ways. You know, you don't want to blame her or think that she's the guilty one. But, there have been a number of things that she said, like, for example, when this first happened, she was first interviewed and so on, she talked about how she was so close to the front door that Summer couldn't have gotten out the front door without her seeing her. Well, okay, but then it turns out that the room downstairs where she went supposedly to play has a back door that the boys leave open. And I was watching a video of the father, an interview of the father, and I took copious notes, and he mentioned a whole bunch of people who it could be. For example, the man who was working with him at a job, and he fired him because the man was he was out there, is what he said, and he thinks that it was due to meth. And he said that he had brought this man to their home, and he saw Summer a few times, and his wife had seen him looking at Summer in a way that she thought she didn't like the way that he was looking at her. Then there's this story about, how they keep Summer. She was sleeping in the bed between the two of them. And he said, she should sleep in her own bed. And she said, no, I want to be with you. And then, he talked about how this is very interesting, during the first 3 months of Summer's life, Summer only wanted to be with him. Now, he went to work and he came home, and of course that was a big deal. But he said she only wanted to be with me for these first 8 months. Does the mother feel, disconnected from her, and she really could do something to her? Now with this story with the going under the water, did something happen to her, and the mother is afraid to acknowledge that she was responsible for her when this happened, and she died, and she didn't do anything? But then there are other people who are potential. He talks about his stepsisters, and then there's a meth head down the road. And then Dave Dawson, the flu guy, and Jose. There are all these different characters who the father cites as potential people who might have done something to her.
Now, Dr. Stephen Langston, I'm going to do this quickly, but I need to show you one more piece of what Candace told Chris McDonough. I want to get your quick take on it. Let's watch.
There is a rumor about these polygraph tests. Clear that up.
All right, the first one that I took, and I didn't really take it because they kind of threw me in the back of the squad car, so I was really upset, and I was crying my eyes out.
Okay.
And so when I got up there to the courthouse, we tried to do it, but I couldn't do it.
Okay.
So we waited a few days, and then I went back and I did it, and I passed it.
Okay.
So that was that.
Okay. And then what about the rumors of this relationship situation with Hunter?
Are you crazy? I got a husband and 4 kids that I love to death.
Okay.
To me, Hunter was another one of my kids.
Okay.
That's how I felt about any kid.
Go ahead.
You see a lot in her eyes there. You notice how wide her eyes get when she's trying to talk about the polygraph story, and definitely when he called out Hunter, those shoulders. You couldn't see this about what was going on, where there is definitely some uncertainty there. One thing that really catches me out is the direction her eyes are going when she's talking. She's not going to the right, where usually you go to remember. She's going to the left, where she's constructing stories. Now, again, there could be a lot to be said there. We're not mind reading by any means, but there's more to that story. Just off those facial expressions, her eyes are telling us a lot.
Absolutely. All right, Dr. Stephen Langston, Dr. Carol Lieberman staying with us. We got much more straight ahead. Don't go away.
In Highland Park, Illinois, the alleged July 4th shooter makes
Walked in here and them 3 were sitting right here in front with their eyes glued to the TV. Like always. And I said, boys, where's your sister at? Well, she just went downstairs mom to play. So I went over here like this, because this is where the stairs are.
Okay.
It's actually down under there.
Oh, down into her
bedroom. Our bedroom, and then hers is on the other side.
Oh, okay, in the basement.
Yeah, in the basement.
Well, this makes sense now, see?
And then I yelled, I said, Summer. And she didn't, I listened for a minute, I didn't hear nothing. So I went like this, because this is how I always get down here.
That's how you get downstairs to the bedroom inside Summer Wells' house. You got to climb under that cabinet. I want to read for you a letter written by Don Wells, Summer's dad, and this was posted online. And this is, again, 1 year since his daughter went missing. Since you've been gone, I've been completely devastated. I looked everywhere for you, my beautiful girl. I thought YouTube would be the most powerful tool to help find you, and perhaps it still could be, but at a price we may not be able to afford. Our family may not survive. I'm sorry, my beautiful girl, that I completely lost my mind with so many thoughts of people harming you. And I know you want to come home, and there's nothing I can do. I'm powerless. So I ask God, please look over my precious daughter. We love her so much. We wish God you will return her to us as well as the boys. I would be so happy to be a family again. And then please bow for the Lord's Prayer. And then it says, thanks, Don Wells. Still with us, Dr. Stephen Langston, body language expert, Dr. Carol Lieberman, forensic psychiatrist. Dr. Carol Lieberman, your thoughts about Dad's letter? I know you listened to Dad's interview as well.
Yes. When I read that letter, there's something rather strange about this letter. First of all, when he says about YouTube, it's a price we may not be able to afford. I don't think that he's talking about money. I think maybe he's talking about that the secret. If we find out where you are or what happened to you, that it could break. Our family may not survive. He's has a criminal history. He's certainly shouldn't be omitted from the cast of characters that are possible suspects. I mean, of course, it seems that he loves her and he's religious and all of this. But and then when he was asked about whether his wife, whether he thinks his wife could have done something to his daughter, he kept saying no, because she's too broken up by this. In fact, she almost went over the edge. So, and there's alcohol and drugs that are part of this family, part of the parents' lives too. So, some of the things they may not realize what they did. And then, in the last video that you played, she said, I have a husband and 4 kids and I love them to death. What would Freud say?
Unbelievable. Dr. Stephen Langston, your thoughts about Dad's letter?
I call out the I a lot. It seems really odd. I can only imagine what a father would go through as a father of 2 daughters. That would absolutely be at ends too. And I do think, he's expressing something here. But the difference, what I see in the letter, especially from his statements, is the lack of we. Because they both have lost this child, not just I. And so I almost think he's calling out and separating himself from some of the subject matter instead of saying, we ask God to please look over you. And I really see that more of the role of the father and husband. He's definitely isolating himself out in that letter. Now, that could also be for some self-healing purposes. That's definitely why an I could be there. But the absence of we is definitely a call out to me.
Dr. Stephen Langston, Dr. Carol Lieberman, appreciate your time and your insight tonight. We'll speak again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so a few things. It's not uncommon at all to say, I love you to death. That's a very common phrase. A lot of people say it. I say it myself, and I promise I haven't killed anyone. Don and Candace have both passed polygraph tests. So what excuse are they going to say for them being able to pass polygraph tests? Because they certainly weren't military, so they're not going to be able to use the excuse that Katie was trained to pass a polygraph because she was in the military for Candace. I mean, so they've both passed polygraph exams. A lot of things. The eyes looked like Candace was looking towards who she was talking to me. I didn't see anything awkward about her eye movement at all. They are painting a picture to spin a narrative that's going to draw their viewers in. That's what they're doing there.
I can agree with you. I did notice, and I watched the interviews in some senses. People look to the left, people look to the right, people look up, people look down. Yes, it can mean, I talked to my wife about that before. It's in her psychology books and all that crap that, yes, looking to the left, some senses does mean you're being dishonest. Sometimes when you look up, it means you're trying to come up with a story, blah, blah, blah. It also could mean that that's just the way you do things when you talk. It could be that you're on specific drugs that are making your eyes wander. It could mean anything. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's lies and that it's bullshit. So please remember that. You know, it could be many things. So this is all, I'm right there with you on that, bud. 100%. You know, we have, like I said, I've questioned the parents. I still question some of the things with the parents, but I just don't, at this point, I can't sit here and say I think for sure that they did something. So they're not off the table, but again, I have my thoughts, and I'm there's other people you're going to meet, guys. You're going to meet some other people that are going to make you change your mind about a lot of things in a couple different ways. So,
well, I mean, you can't not question these parents about some of their actions and their behaviors. I mean, hell, Dawn has gone on panels and dropped the N-bomb on panels left and right. Candace used to do drunken live streams with no teeth in her mouth in the middle of the night. But, you know, all the bad behavior.
Yes. If anything, you know, the one thing I will say, I do feel that they are both, in my opinion, guilty of is neglect with their children. That's me. That's
absolutely.
So
yeah,
I'll give them
absolutely.
that.
100%.
Yeah, I'll give them that right off the gate. And there is that, and I'll be honest, they've never really come off and tried to deny it, folks. They had their children taken from them from the state. So, and they don't have them back.
You have to look at Dawn and Candace and ask yourself, are these two criminal masterminds that have been able to hide the fact that they killed their child for 3 years straight and no one's been able to find the child and make the connections back to them? Because I look at the criminal mastermind is not the first thing that enters my head.
No, and that's what brought me back out of they did this or that, is remembering how uneducated, first off, they are, how their communication skills are. What's up, FarQ? Nicole 22, welcome. There's interviews they did something with Dr. Phil. I don't think that they could have for 3 years plan this and keep their mouth shut on this. Okay. I don't. I can't. So this next piece here is an interview with the grandmother, Grandis. And I wanted you guys to see and hear what she has to say on her side of things. Again, pay attention. Body language, the words that are dropped, so on and so forth, but don't read too far into it. Just watch it and come out with what you think, guys. We're going to talk about all of these things, I promise.
A Diamond officer spent a third day in the Beach Creek community searching for Summer Wells, but no significant results. An Amber Alert to find the missing 6-year-old from Hawkins County remains active. And we're hearing more about what happened the day from her grandmother. Here's Ansley Daniel.
Josh and Sarah, as officers spent another day in Beach Creek searching for Summer, I was out there yesterday and spent some time at the Wells family home on Ben Hill Road. Now, that's where Summer was reported missing from on June the 15th. I actually had the chance to speak with the missing girl's mother, Candace Bly, who again did not want to speak on camera with us, but I did have the opportunity to sit down with her grandmother, Candace Hare, who told me she wants people to hear about her family straight from the source.
That's why I come on camera, because I am sick and tired of the lies.
Missing Hawkins County 6-year-old Summer Wells' grandmother, Candace Hare, says it was hard to speak on camera as she's been reliving a familiar nightmare.
Rose has been missing for 12 years. I miss her dearly. She's the baby of the family.
Hare's youngest daughter and Summer's aunt, Rosemarie Bly, went missing from Wisconsin on August 21st of 2009.
To go through it again with my granddaughter, Summer, is very heartbreaking. And that's what a lot of people don't understand, is what a parent goes through, what a grandmother goes through. It's the not knowing is what tears us up. It's the not knowing.
Back in November, her granddaughter's case received national attention on a 2-part Dr. Phil episode, which is why Hare thinks her daughter Candace Bly has continued to shy away from the media.
I think it had to do a lot with Dr. Phil, the way it came out on Dr. Phil when she was out there. I was not out there. I think hurt Candace in a way. I don't know if it's helped or not. I don't believe it has. Maybe it's gotten more attention out everywhere on them.
On June 15th, the day Summer was reported missing, Harris says she spent the entire day with her daughter and granddaughter. She says it started with a trip to the emergency room to have her knee checked out.
They prescribed me medication to take to get the swelling down out of my knee and around my knee because it was inflamed. And then we waited around for my prescription. Summer went swimming that day at the horse stables, I believe it was.
After the family returned home with groceries, Harris says she took a nap, woke up, and repotted cactus plants with her granddaughter. She says Summer ate a peppermint, went inside the house to play with her brothers, and that was the last time she was seen.
There was no sign of her.
Authorities say all possibilities of what happened to Summer are still on the table. But like the rest of the Wells family, Summer's grandmother believes she was abducted.
We never did find her. She called 911 and she called Donnie, and we sent the boys down over the hill, and I stood in front of over by the edge there and watched them. And was praying to God every minute that nobody would take them.
For more than a decade, Hare has said the same prayer.
I hope and I pray to God every day.
Over the last almost 9 months, along with her daughter Rose, her granddaughter Summer has now been added to her plea.
That she's found alive.
We have more of that first-time interview along with a statement from Summer's mother, Candace Bly, and the interview with Hawkins County Sheriff Ronnie Lawson that prompted it all right now on our website, WJHL.com.
All right, guys, let me get this set up for you here. This goes back and goes over a little bit of that whole scenario here real quick again with the watering hole scenario, so on and so forth as well.
Thank you very much. As this week marks 10 months since family members said Summer Wells disappeared from their home in Hawkins County, News Channel 11 continues to work to find answers. Tonight, Ansley Daniels in the Beach Creek community with a timeline of June 15th, 2021, leading up to that night.
We've walked you through what has happened since Summer Wells disappeared the night of June 15th. But for the first time, we walk you through that day with her mother and grandmother from their perspective just hours before she was reported missing.
Candace and I got up that morning. She came out and took me into the ER because my leg was messing up on me.
The hospital is about 25 minutes from the Wells Beach Creek home in Kingsport.
She took me into the hospital, and I ended up getting a shot for it to get rid of the pain. And they prescribed me medication.
Summer, her mother, and grandmother spent the day in the closest city to their house.
Then we waited around for my prescription. Summer went swimming that day at the horse stables, I believe it was.
We were waiting on my mother's prescription from the drugstore at Walgreens on Fort Henry.
The three, along with a friend that Candace describes as a minor, then came swimming here at Warriors Path State Park. It's where the last known video of Summer was taken and then posted to TikTok.
We had to wait for Mom's prescription at Walgreens, so we just went up to Warriors. There was all kinds of trash everywhere at Warriors when we showed up. And I let Summer out to play. And we just stood there for about 15, 20 minutes. And then we all got back in the truck and went and got Mom's prescription. And I took him home. And then we came home.
And so then Summer came back here with you later that afternoon, right?
Yes.
The trip from Warriors Path back to Ben Hill Road is just over 17 miles. But Bly couldn't recall how many hours that was before she reported her daughter missing.
About how many hours was that before she was reported missing?
You know, I really can't tell you all the time details because time gets away from you when you're trying to enjoy yourself.
The three then returned here to their home on Ben Hill Road. A neighbor says that she first heard Candace calling for Summer around 6 o'clock that night. Police say that she was reported missing around half an hour later, around 6:30. In the Beach Creek community, Ansley Daniel, News Channel 11.
Now, this recount is based on what Summer's mother and grandmother told News Channel 11 about the day of June 15th. You can view their interviews about the night Summer went missing and see all of our coverage about the search for Summer on our website, WJHL.com.
Okay. I guess there was a fire there. Recently at that horse stable there where they were swimming at Warriors Path. I don't know which video it is, but TBI investigating fire at Warriors Path horse stables. Oh, there it is. Yoy. I hope none of the horses were harmed. This has nothing to do with it, but it just popped up. Special agents investigating circumstances leading to fire that occurred. Stables were vacant at the time, thank God. Okay.
Oh, good.
I gotta wonder what happened though. But there it is, burning down. Looks like it's gone.
Wow.
So
That's sad.
definitely gone. But anyway, thank you for that. Okay, moving forward.
Molly wants you to show the last pic that she sent you.
I got a bunch in here in the email. I was kind of.
Hey, Kimber.
Oh yeah, I have that on my. That's actually on the. Jesus. The thumbnail for the show for today. What she looks like now. Hold on a minute here. The age progression, I should say.
That age progression is a joke. It makes her look like she's 12 years old.
Yeah, I think it took her too far along, in my opinion. Hold on here. Yeah, so this is what they're saying. They think she looks like at this point. I think she looks a little too old here. This is what they're claiming she would look like at this point. I think that just is a little too much. I don't think she's changed that much in 3 years. Hi, Kimber.
No, but I would say with hair, grown out hair, I guess I should say, could make her look a lot different.
Right. That was put out last year, they're saying too. So yeah. Definitely looks like a tween. I agree.
It's also not as if the only pictures we've seen of Summer is with her head shaved. I mean, we've seen pictures of her with her hair grown out. I just think that picture makes her look way older than what she would be.
Oh yeah, I agree.
You know,
they over advanced it. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
She's 9. She's gonna be 10 next year.
Yeah. Now, these are the interior pictures of the home, stills of it. Okay, to give you guys a little more idea. Okay.
Maybe 9 next year.
This is a 7, 8. No, she should be 9 right now.
Okay.
She was 7 then, right? Or 6. I can't remember to save my damn life.
She was 5 when she went missing. She was 5 years old. Yeah, she was 5 when she went missing.
So she's gonna be 8. No.
So she's 8, will be 9.
Yeah. That's what I meant. And all of this has changed, okay? Because they lost the boys, DSB or whoever, CPS, came in and said, no, this is not going to go. This is the Summers bedroom again. Okay, you see what it looks like. They've gone in and there's walls now that weren't there. They fixed the stairwell thing. And this is what blows my mind. That's Summers' bed over there in the corner against the wall on that dirty ass mattress on the floor. But we have these over here. These were built for the other kids. Why didn't they do that for her? To keep her off the ground. You see what I'm saying? I just don't get it. Nasty basement. It's not cleaned up. There's these wires that are hanging down all over the place in here. There's a wire. It's kind of blurry, but that's what it is.
Okay, so she turned 8 on February 4th.
Yeah. So there's that. Again, interior of the house, just so that you guys see. And this is why I'm saying, if anything, at the very least, they're guilty of severe neglect, in my opinion. The house was, and I'm not saying that means you're a bad person if you have cockroaches in your home. But they were, my understanding is they were infested with them. It doesn't mean that you're a bad person, but you got to do something about it to get rid of it when you have small children, because they're not good. They're not healthy. They bite, they cause respiratory issues, all that, guys. So, it just seems like they accepted it and lived with it. And I just don't think that's a good thing. So, moving on. Excuse me. One moment. I'm trying to condense this, guys, because there's a lot to it. So I'm trying not to miss anything. If I do, I will go back to it. I promise you. All right, let's see here. All right. Hold on a minute here. Let me try this up here. Trying to figure out which one is the best one that I have. I'll give you this first, and then we'll go into a little bit more from it. This was the first neighbor, one of the neighbors that made a statement as to witnessing and certain, what she did. So I'll give you this first, and then we'll go into another bit of this. This is who Arctic was talking about when he said who he thinks had something to do with it.
The Wells family lives across the street from a neighboring property. On mirroring mountains, together they can be described as sentinels which sit high over Ben Hill Road. The night Summer went missing, the neighbor swears that she and her 2 children heard a scream shortly before they joined the search for a now missing Summer Wells.
It's there, but you want to forget.
On the watch and hypervigilant. That's how Jody Sue Brown was the very day Summer Wells went missing.
There was no TV, no noise at all.
Jody Sue was in her cabin with her teenage kids, 19 and 14, waiting for anything.
We were kind of hyper alert because of property things that had happened the day before. So we were listening for noise. Everything was kind of quiet.
The sale brought a plethora of people to their door, confused about which piece of land was for sale, leading to a dispute of
Sound of silence. Would you be interested in joining me up here for a conversation? You don't have to show your face or anything, just to have a conversation about some of this. If you'd be interested, I'd be willing to bring you up here. I think it'd be a great thing if you would be interested.
Property lines.
While we were out at one point doing survey lines, and there was a flash of a car that went up Candace and Donnie's driveway. Something about it struck me wrong.
She and her family next heard a truck door slamming and dismissed it as their neighbors. The next sound was harder to justify. About an hour and a half before Summer is thought to go missing, Jody Sue, her son, and her daughter heard something far more suspicious. A scream.
Stopped all three of us cold.
Her daughter was the first to go to the cabin door. Then all three were there listening still.
We heard just this kind of shrill, almost animalistic scream.
Animalistic, but not an animal.
Knew it was, wrong. It wasn't a dog. It wasn't an animal.
That vigilance kicking into overdrive. Jody Sue and her son went out to look for the source of the scream.
My son and I decided to go out, look and see what we could see. We went back onto the bank. Didn't see anything. Didn't hear anything.
They went on with their evening. The kids returned to being kids. Jody Sue headed down her driveway around 6 to tend to flowers.
And at this point, I start hearing Candace hollering for Summer. And then my brain immediately went, scream earlier, this, uh-oh.
Jody Sue was the first to hear those calls and the first to join the search for Summer.
I dropped my purse. I tried to yell up at Candace. I was like, I'm looking, and I started looking.
Jody Sue searched one side of a creek, Summer's brothers the opposite side. And you gave statements to the police, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Jody Sue had been interviewed many times by investigators, bringing up the scream often. But the sheriff doesn't believe the scream is related to the disappearance of Summer Wells.
She's been interviewed numerous times by not only my agency, but the TBI and FBI, and we don't find anything with that complaint or information related to this case.
Jody Sue wishes she could go back to just a short time before Summer disappeared and before the scream she believes was Summer.
I wish every day that when I heard that scream, I hadn't tried to dismiss it.
Referencing the work of the FBI, TBI, and his own deputies, Hawkins County Sheriff Ronnie Lawson reiterated in an interview the same week as Jody Sue's that investigators have found absolutely no proof that an abduction has taken place. In the Beach Creek community, Ansley Daniel, News Channel 11.
Okay, so there is that. Okay. There's been multiple different stories there. First, the scream that Jody heard, quote unquote, if you believe that. I question it.
She's the only one allegedly that hears this scream. The boys have never said anything about a scream.
Right.
And again, here she is. She admits she's the first person that inserted herself into this case, the first person that went out searching, the only one that hears this scream, trying to throw Candace and Dawn under the bus. And that's why I've always been real suspicious of Jody Sue and her son.
Of course. It makes perfect sense. And the story that has bounced around with this, again, like a pinball machine, about that scream. First, it was Summer's scream, and you heard her describe it was animalistic. Then it was Candace screaming. Then it was the dog howl. Then it was Candace, or then it was Grandis. I've heard it all, and then some. So nobody knows anything, and that's the point. Only Jody Sue heard this scream. There's other neighbors around here. If it was that loud and it was animalistic, I would imagine the kids and other people would have heard this, and it was never talked about that way. So, gotta wonder. You gotta wonder. I'll just say that much. And Jody has done, good God, let me see here. I can't even remember how many different variations of interviews she's done. Let me see something here. I did find this. 1 second. Give me a second, guys.
Let's see. Jody Sue also got into it with the new neighbor who bought the land, said he was trespassing and called cops on him. She didn't want that land sold next to her or across from the wells.
Yeah, I heard that as well.
The
Now,
first time I ever saw Jody Sue Brown, I swore and be damned that Boom Howard from King of the Hill had moved to Tennessee and got a sex change operation.
you can't understand. I don't even know how to explain it. Like when she sits there and she's always got a cigarette. Okay. And when she talks. This is you don't understand anything she's saying, and then she's talking. Oh, don't. It's when I sing Summer. That's all you ever understand.
Mm-hmm.
Or names. That's what you hear through everything. I used to want to go to her and grab her and pull whatever was in her mouth out of it to make her talk. You can never get it. It was a mess. So
See, even Sound of Silence, Jody C. Brown's son, was pretty much caught sneaking around on 110 after Summer went missing.
yep, Damien, absolutely. That's his name. Yes, he was. And from my understanding, it had happened before that too. So
yep.
He was a creeper. I don't know what the deal is with him, or was, or is, or wasn't, or doesn't. You know, I'm just saying.
Well, and I also wonder, if it was Damien and Jody Sue, wouldn't the Wells dogs be a little familiar with them to where they wouldn't necessarily go off as bad?
That's what I had wondered. That's why I claimed that before. That those dogs, you guys saw, there's not 35, but there's like 6 or 7 dogs. Okay. Dogs, I don't care whose dogs they are. My dogs do it, and they're, very well, for the most part, trained. If somebody new shows up at my door, they're barking. Somebody new walks up on that hill, those dogs are going to bark. But if it's somebody that they see on a regular basis, they're maybe not going to. Okay. These are neighbors, guys. They're going to see them on a regular basis. So you got to wonder. You just got to wonder is all I'm saying. I'm trying to set something up, Mama Bear. If you guys want to talk, keep talking for a second. Just give me 1 second here.
Go ahead and give your thoughts, Mama Bear.
I really don't know, because I kind of came into it about the middle. Well, she was already missing, so maybe not the middle, but all the chaos was already going on. And the channel that I watched at the time was not a reputable channel because it doesn't exist anymore. So going back now is actually going to be good because I'll be able to get more of the truth than the whatever that he put out.
Well, yeah, I mean, the tragedy pimps were the first ones to hop all over it, obviously, and especially after they went on Dr. Phil. Just, guys, for the people out there, if you ever have a child go missing, first rule, do not go on Dr. Phil. He is going to make it look like you are the worst person on earth, whether you had anything to do with your child's abduction or not.
Mm-hmm.
All the while, if you're a child that's having issues, he'll send you to a camp that's likely to kill you.
Exactly.
Oh, good Lord.
All right. I'm going to try to play some of this, guys. I'm going to try. Please understand that. I don't even know if speeding it up is going to work because you can't understand her at normal speed. So, bear with this, please. If it gets to be too much, I'm just going to shut it down. We'll move on to something different. But this is more of her talking about things, and some of the things she says, you gotta wonder. Is all I'm saying.
Exactly, it is. Why he was potentially causing little girls over there to be sedated and to be touched with the shit he was selling them over there.
Now that's a lot of information to take in all at once, so let's see how she elaborated on these and other claims separately. First, she's very certain that he was selling them drugs over there to the children and also insinuating that it was more than weed.
I know that he was selling to the actual children, over there, but then that Candace was getting it for the kids too. So you go ask him why he was selling drugs to those children. and to Candace for the children. Go ask. And ask him what type other than weed. And what else he was selling or doing at the time, I don't know. But I do know it was the last few days. It was pretty much a fucking confirmation that he was using coke and meth.
Next, she claimed she had suspicions of the drugs being used to sedate the children, specifically Summer and other little girls over there.
And you've got to think of what that could do to a young one and sedate them. And for what purpose? And normally it was teen boys that stayed in, for the most part. There was all kinds of little ones suddenly staying. Looking back and piecing everything that it was damn near every time. And that one little girl was over there for months, dude. And those other little ones over there got them and knows what the fuck happened to them because of that. But I have a gut feel. And I very much think it plays a role in what was happening to other little girls over there. And I very much do think that it could be part of why Summer looked so asleep.
Jody Sue also said that Andy knew Summer was being beaten and that he saw signs of SA.
She wouldn't be fucking gone if he had just done something. He would have had the proof everybody else who called in didn't. It's that simple. But he hid it from me.
Now, understand, Jody's had a husband. Andy, is it? Yeah, it was Andy, right? Yeah. Those dogs would come down the hill and Ben would never. Okay, well, that's interesting to know. Maybe because there were so many people around and they were just used to that. So that would make some sense. This is Jody Allison, yes. She's claiming that there were drugs being sold out of there, here and around there, and people in and out of there doing this, doing that. She's talking about, I think it was her ex-husband. His name was Andy. He wasn't the greatest person on the planet either. Okay. Like Arctic said, this whole neighborhood was one hell of a crew, folks. And I mean, you put all these people together in one room. Damn, that's all I can say. So we're going to watch a little bit of this. The accusational stuff that she's putting out there. There's nothing that has been founded on any of this, but it does bring some questions to the surface for me. And it had, but there has been no proof put out proving anything is all I'm saying. So yeah, everything is, yeah, you have to take, guys, you need to go buy a 1 pound bag of salt and just hold it in your hand. Because everything you're gonna hear, you need to just keep grabbing them salt, guys. That's all I'm telling you. They weren't married, they was boyfriend or something like that. That's true. Thank you, Taylor. Andy Bernard. That was it. Thank you very much. Like I said, you guys, it's been a while. I can't remember these names. I have notebooks that are packed away from this. I didn't dig them all out, but I'm just kind of giving you guys a condensed version of this to bring it all back. And for those of you that didn't know, thank you though, guys, both of you, Taylor and Sound of Silence. Moving forward.
He fucking hit it. Wow. After she vanished, then he tells me he watched him beat her. Never said fucking word. So, but he hid the abuse happening to Summer. And he may have very well helped with other very bad things. Or he wouldn't have hid the abuse happening to her. He wouldn't have turned a blind eye when we kept seeing her pull at herself and stuff. In some of the last days before she vanished, he wouldn't have bitched at me. He wouldn't have slept just fine. He wouldn't have been beating the shit out of me, telling me to shut the fuck up about Summer. Sleeping just fine while she was gone. I never even really seen him spank the kids or anything. But he watched full-on abuse over there. And told me so. But only after Summer vanished. That's why he was so certain they had murdered Summer.
This next part concerns one of the boys and why the Utah trip took place. My interpretation of what she said is that he was not taken to Utah because of smoking weed, as stated by others, but that it was just a part of it, and that it also included him using drugs to commit SA. Now, she's not actually saying that straight out, so I would be very thankful to hear what you believe she actually means by this.
It's why one of the little girls, I think that around Utah, I think they were being given what Andy was selling And I think it was used for very, very bad shit. You remember Candace saying Josie was, or Alice, or one of them talking about how Josie was using, and it was the reason he was taken. It's not the reason Josie was taken out there. But shit occurring around that time is why. It is part of why Josie was taken to Utah. Even though that was kind of a fucking lie. And it's why I was digging. It's why I was fucking digging around Utah. Because Candace's story, the DCS shit didn't add up. And Andy kept yelling at me then too, you know. Because I found out, you know, Dawn's old list, obviously, all this other shit. But I couldn't find proof I was looking for, man. That's why. And when I heard Candace say, because the boy, you know, he'd been smoking this, and then it was like, when I heard her say that, right, I knew. I knew my suspicions had kind of been right, and what was really going on, why DCS was involved, why the Utah trip took place basically overnight. So go ask. Because I still have fucking questions.
I believe we have some questions as well, Jodisu. First of all, when did you find out about this?
Before Utah, I just started digging Tiffany. Not long before, but before. Although I don't know if you knew or not, but I know he had a feeling like I did that those little ones, something was happening to him over there. Yeah. And I found about a few days before all the shit went down. I'm not kidding, dude. And I got fucking receipts on it. And I'm sure law enforcement does as well.
How did you find out?
And then everything in hindsight lined up, and the dates and the times and the gut feelings, and you know, but it's part of what this fucking place is after. I'm still not giving everything to it. I wanted to leave it with Ellie.
So why didn't you leave it with Ellie?
I didn't want shit out in public realm for the sake of our kids, but I'm fed all the way the fuck up.
Have you told everything now, Jodisu?
So there y'all go. There's the pieces I've been hiding. And some of it. Because there's a lot more to it.
I have no idea if Jodisu is telling the truth. It does seem like she came out with all this now because of Andy going on that live, so the motive there could be possibly revenge, and she doesn't have the best reputation either to always tell the truth, although parts of it, I believe, could very well be true, but if that is the case, I'm having a very hard time believing that she didn't know about it, and that incriminates her just as well. I would love to hear your thoughts on this because this has left us all very upset, and true or not, I think it needs to be spoken.
So that was a short interview of some of her ramblings that she put up. Thank you, Linda. I hope you do enjoy that and are comfortable here. I appreciate that very much. We also had other neighbors that lived around them. The circus crew is who I called them all. That were all talked to, looked at, involved somehow or another, rolled up in this bullshit. 1 second here.
The thing with Jody Sue is that her story has evolved significantly over time. It's changed. It's had stuff added to it. So she
Right.
never has told the same story more than once. I mean, it's kind of like
Agreed.
watching Seth Rogers go on panels. The story is always changing. And so, you
Yeah.
you can even give it a full grain worth of salt when Jody
Yeah.
Sue goes on a panel to try to talk.
No, and that's it. Believe me, he says that coming from a very good place because we've all been through this time and time and time and time and time again, to the point where you get to a point and she resets and starts from the beginning and starts all over again and tells the same stories with completely different pieces. So you take it for what it is. You know what I'm saying? It's just a little crazy to me is all I'm saying. So I got another thing coming up here next to here, and it's more pieces. So not from her. I promise we're done with her. No worries. Hold on here.
Terry, who is who talking about, hon? Who was Jody Sue talking about? Oh, okay, thank you, Aurora. Thank you, Doodlebug. Hope you're feeling better, hon.
What's up, Doodle? Thank you, hon. Okay, so there's interviews that another neighbor, Fred Hill, gave. They're all, none of these people can talk without sounding like they have a golf balls in their mouth. I don't know why. Thank you, KM. I appreciate that very much. So they're very hard to hear. Okay. You know, Fred Hill did multiple interviews. There's 3 parts to some of them. So, and all you hear is, so you're not, I've tried to play with the sound on them. It don't get no better. I'm not even going to bother with any of that stuff because I really do think it's kind of somewhat irrelevant, but he has made some claims somewhat recently. Fred Hill has come out saying that he believes that Summer's in a cave, that law enforcement knows where they're at. I'm not saying any of these things are facts, guys. Please don't run with them. All of these types of things have been brought out. If a law enforcement knew about this, folks, you really think they'd sit? Do you think they'd sit on this?
No.
Come on.
No.
Let's be realistic, guys. Like, this is not, no. Okay. So it's just, I don't even know what to say. Some of these people are just crazy. And a lot of them inserted themselves. A lot of them were drug into this. I don't know. Now we do have
collectively the community of Ben Hill Road collectively has the IQ of a 5th grader. So
yeah, it's
there's
completed. Are you smarter than a 5th grader? No, they're not. So there is a recording. JLR did it, which was interesting to me. Thank you, Doodle, for that very much. That he claims that he felt personally that Fred did something, okay? And then all these other things from Fred came out. So they're like bouncing off each other, guys. You take it for what it is and you make it what you want. That's all I'm saying. Just be logical with these things. Thank you so much, Doodle. And thank you to anybody that has donated toward these links here, guys. That helps so much with this channel. And I appreciate you all very much. We don't expect it, but we do appreciate you for it. So this year, oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah, he's got to pay me.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
He's cheap. She's not cheap.
Mm-mm. It
All right.
costs a lot to look this good.
We're gonna whoa. We're gonna play.
All right, just had to kind of lighten it up a little bit. And he leaves me. Let's see. It's just a joke, Dago. Come back.
Oh, you can't leave us up here, Dago.
Right, because I have all the controls.
But yeah, that whole community is shady.
Okay.
I mean,
absolutely shady. So that's what I'm paying for, is to keep you looking the way you do. That's great. And nice to know that now. I thought I was buying food for you and stuff, but hey, whatever.
Yeah.
If that's what I got to do, to keep you up here doing that, it is what it is. It's fine. So this Don Wells has given a lot of interviews, a lot. And I mean, I can't even find them all. There's so many of them. Some of them are sober, some of them are not. Some of them he says things that he means to say. Some of them he says things that he didn't want to say. There's a lot of mistakes. Like Arctic said early on, the communication skills between these people, they don't even exist. Okay. We could all, yeah, they're all combined, the education, in my opinion, of a fifth grader, like he said, and that's being nice. I got to give credit to fifth graders more than that. So be it. But we're gonna, JLR with the bald head. That was funny. I remember that. So this is credit due to JLR for this interview. We're gonna check this out real quick here and go with this one and move on. Again, little pieces, guys, little pieces to put the picture together. Hold on.
Yeah. Well, Fred Hill, I don't want to say anything bad, but he, how can I say this? I don't. He starts to throw everybody off. Let's just put it that way. He's throwing everybody off.
Is there a possibility that Fred Hill could have done something?
It is possible. He left out about the time Summer disappeared to take off all that scrap metal. I don't know. It's possible. It's possible for a lot of people.
So Don Wells says it's possible Fred Hill could have done something with Summer. Don Wells has been, since Summer Wells went missing, blaming lots of people and deflecting the attention off him and Candace. He more or less throws lots of people under the bus. He's thrown Fred Hill, the neighbor, under the bus numerous times. Fred Hill has his own history and problems with the law, but I truly doubt Fred Hill had anything to do with Summer's disappearance. Do you believe Don Wells when he says it's possible Fred Hill could have done something? Do you think Fred Hill could have done something with Summer Wells? Or do you think it's just Don Wells being Don Wells and blaming other people? Where is Summer Wells? We haven't given up on Summer Wells. Summer has an army out there in the millions. There's millions of people out there. We run a Facebook group with over 20,000 members, all in support of Summer Wells and just seeking justice for Summer Wells. Where is she? If you have any credible information about the whereabouts of Summer Wells, contact Tennessee Bureau of Investigation at 1-800-TBI-FIND. We're not going to give up. We're not going to give up on Summer Wells. We're going to keep shining the light,
So it was during an interview that was given, he just blatantly drops and says, I feel that he could have done something because at that same time, supposedly Fred was taking scrap metal to the scrapyard and could have grabbed Summer, so on and so forth. And that was what the whole thought process. There was a lot more to it, but again, guys, we're trying to condense this. So, again, I don't know. I just don't. I have to say at this point, I do agree with JLR. I don't think he did. That's my opinion, though. So, moving forward. Search dogs. Okay, we did have this happen, though. Close to a year ago, this popped up, and it was kind of interesting to me. I remember when this hit. Michelle After Dark, or Michelle Walks. I don't know how many of you guys follow her. I do. She's always been pretty good with what she talks about and pretty on point. So I have quite a bit of respect for her. Not everybody has to agree with that. I understand. So this was interesting. There was a point where it was brought up that there were scent dogs brought in, and that they had Summer scent, and they hit on his truck. Okay. Which is the same vehicle he used when he was moving this scrap metal. So it was an interesting scenario. It doesn't mean he did something. Summer could have been bouncing around somewhere, playing around, and touched it, went near it. I don't know. I don't know. Don't quote any of this stuff. I'm just showing you the things that have been brought up to the surface about this case, so everybody gets a little bit of an idea as to what happened. Let's see. Captain Jenks says a lot of weakness, and yeah, 100%, dude. Beyond a lot of weakness. The neglect was bad. I'll just say that much. A lot of people failed this little girl, and I'm very sad about it. So hold on, and here we go.
Why am I looking at an aerial view of 110 Ben Hill Road, Rogersville, Tennessee, I hear you say? Well, let me tell you, this is why. Now I've got one functional laptop, I'm able to do proper map time, and this video involves us looking at the map. So there's a little lead into this video. I fall asleep listening to YouTube. And based on recent past events of breaking 2 laptop screens in like 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks, I'm no longer falling asleep with YouTube on my laptop because that's how screens get broken. So I'm using my old iPad instead. And I didn't know that my old iPad had autoplay on. So when a video finishes, it goes on to another video of YouTube's choice, right? So I went to sleep listening to one video and woke up listening to another. So you can thank YouTube for this video, because what I woke up listening to was this live stream, a replay of a live stream by the Burn Barrel Show, and Ziggy was on it. All right, now I'd never heard of the Burn Barrel Show before, so thank you, YouTube, for introducing me to this channel, because she's got some interesting thoughts. So I have no idea who Burn Barrel Show is. I don't know anything about her other than she did this interesting live stream with Ziggy, and then there's another video where she's picked something out that, look, I've listened to the interviews between Fred Hill and Ziggy. It must be 10 times by now. And I did not spot this thing that the Burn Barrel Show did. So shout out to the Burn Barrel Show for finding this. And this shows exactly why we need to go back and listen and listen and listen again to the old stuff. And importantly, to have new eyes and ears on the case. I wish law enforcement would bring a whole new team of detectives in to the Summer Wells case, because maybe they would spot things that the detectives who've been on this case for the last 2 years have not spotted. I'm in exactly that situation. That's something that Fred Hill said I had not spotted, I had not thought about. So that's what we're going to talk about in this video. So let's go.
Limestone Branch Creek actually enters Beach Creek, and then it joins Beach Creek down there right back behind the wells, and then it joins that creek.
So let's start off with where the creeks are that Burn Barrel Show is talking about. So this is aerial view on Google Maps. If you turn it to road view, what you see very clearly are the creeks, and what you see is the water coming off the mountains. There's a mountaintop here, there's a mountaintop here. It's extensive, all these little creeks and streams and things that come down off the mountains, perfectly normal, right? And that's really confusing. Which one is Limestone Branch? It's this one, but let's be a little bit clearer, because if you switch to Bing Maps, what you get when you're on road view is you get just the main water courses coming from the mountaintops. It takes out all those little streams, tributaries, whatever. So this is Limestone Branch here, a creek that comes down from the top of Chimney Top Mountain all the way down. So it's flowing downstream down the mountain, and it joins Beach Creek. All right, so there's a little confluence here between Limestone Branch and Beach Creek, just behind the wells. This is the Wells Hill right here. This is the bottom property where the shed is. So this little confluence happens. I don't know whether that's on the Wells property or just outside of the Wells property, but it doesn't matter. So this is what the Burn Barrel Show is talking about, the Limestone Branch Creek and Beach Creek. Okay, so we've orientated ourselves to the creeks. Why is this important, according to the Burn Barrel Show?
But it's something a little kid could walk up probably. If they were playing in the creek, they could walk up that creek and walk all the way up to Fred Hills probably.
So what Burn Barrel Show is suggesting is that Summer was playing in the creeks. So she perhaps got in the creek here at the bottom of Ben Hill Road, and she could walk all the way around and then walk up here. She'd have to get out there because the creek goes under the road, goes under Simpson Road. And then if she walked down towards Fred Hill's property, Fred Hill lives here, she'd have to get out because the creek goes under the road. So it's not that Summer could walk under the road. It's not like a road that goes like over a bridge. It's just a little culvert that the creek goes in. Well, this is Fred Hill's property right here. His family actually owned 2 properties, 165, which is this area, and then 167, which is this area. I don't know whether that's Fred's or whether that belongs to someone else, but I've got that pin in 167. It doesn't put them on the houses, but whatever, doesn't matter. So we're talking about this area. So is it possible that Summer, playing around the creeks, got in the creek and walked all the way down, something a little kid might want to do on a hot summer's afternoon? I spent all of my summers playing around creeks and streams and finding frogs and newts and things like that. So something little kids might want to do. But why is this important? Let's listen.
I just thought that was really interesting because the two places where the scent dogs hit the strongest were at the Wells driveway in that area where that creek starts. And then the second place that they hit was, Fred says it's cadaver dogs, but they didn't even have cadaver dogs out there in the very beginning. It was just regular live scent, probably live scent. He wouldn't know that, right?
This is really, really important. So I've got a bunch of videos on search dogs. So if you want to go and listen to my past videos on search dogs, just go to my channel homepage and just scroll along and you can find the search bar and just put in, I don't know, search dogs or even just dogs and see what comes up. So I've got a bunch of videos about search dogs. So in relation to Nicola Bulley, Chris Watts, Summer Wells. In short, when someone goes missing, the first dog teams that they bring out are live scent tracking dogs because they want to, you know, be positive and assume that that person is still alive. In the first few days, certainly they could be still alive. And if a little 5-year-old girl got lost in this woodland, it's not that she'd immediately die. She might be wandering about lost. So they use live scent tracking dogs. Now, there's two different types of live scent tracking dogs, but in the Summer Wells case, they use the type of dog that is searching for a specific scent from one living person. So they take an article of clothing or possession from that person that's their target, that's lost, and they get the dog to sniff it, and then the dog goes out focusing specifically on that scent. So they're ignoring any scents that a regular dog might find interesting, like cats, foxes, birds, whatever. And they are focusing on that one scent. They're ignoring all other scents, including all other human scents. So we know from Sheriff Ronnie Lawson that a search dog did track some scent from the yard right here. I'll do it on Bing Maps because it's clearer. The problem with Bing Maps is you can't do a 3D view. But anyway, so a search dog followed some scent from the yard down a trail. So we're not really sure whether it was down the driveway or, as Don suggested, down the dog trail, which is along here somewhere, or even along the bus trail, which goes behind the bus and then joins the driveway. We don't know which trail, but we know for sure, according to the sheriff, that a dog did track some scent down the driveway. And then Burn Barrel Show said that the other strong scent was around Fred Hill's property. We know that is true. Cam from Cracking Cases stated a while ago, now I don't know whether this was in conversation with the landowner or conversation with the private investigators, that a dog hit on some scent in this area. So this is the creek, Limestone Branch, goes under the road here. And I don't know specifically where the dog hit, but it was in this general area. Now, Burn Barrel Show seems to think that it was at this little culvert area here, which it could well have been, because if Summer had been playing in the creek and following the creek down, she'd have had to get out here. She'd have had to get out here also on Simpson Road, but the dog found the scent here for whatever reason. And then we know from Fred Hill that a dog also hit on his land. But it's what Fred Hill actually said, what that dog actually did, that I'd completely missed. I completely missed this. Now, it's in the first interview that Ziggy had with Fred Hill. So we're going to play that in a moment because Burn Barrel Show has got that exact clip on one of their videos. And I'll leave a link to this live stream, obviously, that I'm playing here. And I'll also leave a link to that video. I'm going to show you that clip shortly.
The other location that they hit very strong was right there, right at that bridge where that creek is. I think she walked up that creek. I think she was playing and walked up that creek is what I think.
Okay. I mean, the thing you drive over?
Yeah. Yeah. He called it a bridge, but it's just like a little culvert thing there. Yeah. It's interesting. But he also said they went all the way up his driveway up to a hill where the cars were, you know?
Yeah, a little bit up his driveway, I think. By near his truck. And he
said up the hill. He said up the hill where there's some cars.
Oh, up the car. He said he searched the driveway. The driveway is a huge hill too. So,
right.
You know, it's a pretty steep hill to get up the driveway. But yeah, he told me willingly that without hesitation, that the dogs hit on his truck, or near his truck or something. You would think that'd be something that somebody would keep out if they were afraid of getting in trouble. He's going to know that.
He's talking about cadaver dogs. He thinks that they were cadaver dogs, which are completely different from live scent tracking dogs. And as I said, the first teams that they'll send out in any missing person search is live scent tracking dogs. It's only in the days following, when there's a distinct possibility that this person might not be alive and might now be deceased, that they bring in cadaver dog teams. And we know there's been many cadaver dog teams that have come out over the months. Fred seems to think that the cadaver dogs hit on his land because Don had been there, so he had the scent of death on his clothes. But no, those first dogs were live scent tracking dogs. They absolutely were. So what this potentially means is Summer was alive on Fred's land. I've talked about this before, but what I completely missed
Thank you,
was
Holly.
that the dog followed the scent, presumably from this area here, which is not Fred's land. I think this is the Gawley's land. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'll have to look at the property lines map. Up the road, which is this, was it this area? Was it up here? I don't know whether that's Fred's land. But there's a bunch of old cars there. But the dog hit on Fred's truck. So let's listen to what Fred actually said.
Even the cadaver dogs have struck all the way up my driveway. But see, Dawn had been here.
Yeah, so you told TBI that Dawn had been here that day?
Yeah. I mean, the cadaver dog, they was here when happened to me and they come up the road. He was hitting at the bridge right there hard. They come up the road and went all the way up to that far bridge he's on top and was hitting on it.
The dog's hit on the bridge, presumably means that, and then followed it all the way up the road and hit on a vehicle that was where? Now, obviously, we can't see where Fred was pointing, but it's up here somewhere along here. I completely missed that. I had completely missed that. I knew that they'd hit here. I knew that they'd hit on Fred's driveway, but I didn't know that a dog had followed a trail all the way up to somewhere around here and hit on a vehicle. I'd completely missed it. Listen to it again.
Even the cadaver dogs have struck all the way up my driveway. But see, Dawn had been here.
Yeah, so you told TBI that Dawn had been here that day?
Yeah. I mean, the cadaver dog, they was here when happened to me and they come up the road. He was hitting at the bridge right there hard. They come up the road and went all the way up to that far bridge he's on top and was hitting on it. So I had Summer walked up here playing. Were her brothers with her? We don't know. I'm sure as eggs is eggs that Summer was missing far longer than Candy said. So was she playing around here? And it's not far from the hill, 110. It's not far. It's flat, easy for a kid to play on. Like, look, we used to get into old cars. I'm not going to say how, but yeah, we used to play in old cars. So was she there with her brothers? Was she on her own playing? Because nobody would play with her. And she just wandered to play down here because it's really nice. Did somebody pick her up and take her away? The question is who? Let me know what you think about this in the comments below. And I'll see you very soon.
So there is that as well. Oh, thank you, Captain Jenks. I appreciate the super chat. Good work, Dago. Very much appreciate that. So they're saying, you know, the descent led up to one of his vehicles and to that bridge, so on and so forth, blah, blah, blah. Okay. You know, was she playing around, wandering there? Did somebody pick her up and take her there? Did he have something to do with it, is what they're leading to in some senses. It very well could be. Okay. Again, guys, we know nothing because nothing has come out of anything, but there's a lot of people that have a lot of involvement in it. So, you know, going back to what Arctic was mentioning, you know, this is all of the surrounding areas around 10 Ben Hill. Was Damien out bouncing around those areas? Possibly. If we're going to go back to that theory, possibly. Did he grab her? Did somebody else? There's so much with it, folks. There's so much with it. Like I said, this is going to take us a couple days. I think that's what we're going to take in for today on this, and we're going to be back tomorrow.
It's a lot. It's a lot for anyone to try to take in because there's been so many in the cast of characters. There's been so many interviews, and then of course you've got so many tragedy pimps that have inserted themselves into this case, one of which married Fred Hill. So,
yeah,
you know.
Yeah. Ziggy did, didn't she? Yes, that's who married him. So there you go. And like I said, I don't want to overload you guys all in one day with it. So that's all we're gonna take in for today. We'll be back at it tomorrow, same time, same place, same stuff. I might be here tonight to do a late night deal, but it's not going to be this. I just want to keep this separate from everything else. So if you're not busy tomorrow, Arctic, I'd love if you could join me again for it, of course. If you can, of course. So
absolutely.
Because like I said, guys, I want to put this on the stove and heat it back up and make it hurt again. It needs to be heard again. And I'm trying to put out facts, but I'm trying to put out a condensed version. I know that sucks, but there really is so much. Even in the condensed version, there's still so much. So, and like I said, I don't want to overload you guys in one day with all of it. I just don't. There's much more. There's little bits of interviews that are just telling you different things. There's newer interviews that we're going to be getting to too, and so on and so forth. So I think that'll do it. Does anybody have questions? Does anybody want to pop up here with us real quick and throw anything into this at all or any of that? If so, let me know before we end everything, and we will.
If they don't have questions, I'm going to be concerned.
Yeah, well, that's true too. Very much so. I'm still, guys, look, I have 4 notebooks full, big ones, not these little ones. And I'm back to taking notes on this again, okay? Just because I like taking notes on
I've
everything.
covered this case for 3 years, and I still got lots of questions. So,
Right.
100%. And I got emails that are coming. Molly covered this pretty hot and heavy too. She's been sending me emails left and right today, and I still have stuff God buried from before. To show real quick the mapping of, there was talk that her scent was found further down the hill, down Ben Hill past Fred's, and that there was a vehicle that does not belong in the hauler sitting there waiting for Andy B. Allegedly, that's Jody's ex, okay? And there was a scent that was right in that area, allegedly as well. And this shows, if I can make it bigger, hold on. Here, maybe. Let's drag it back. Oh, maybe not. Okay, well, if you can see that. This shows Fred's house. This shows all these other people. The footprints. There's more, guys, that we're going to get to. But this just shows this area alone, okay? So here's Fred's house. Where the hell is it? I can't even read some of this. Sorry. I need new glasses. Candace was seen walking down by the driveway. There's a campsite here that I haven't even touched on yet. So yeah, there's a lot more coming. Thank you, Molly. But there's a lot, guys. So like I said, I don't want you guys overloaded. Just think on what you have so far. You know, we have basically I've given you the very beginning of this case and then a little bit more. So there's a lot. Jesus, there's so much. I'll be honest with you. I think this case has more involved in it than Sebastian's case, but Sebastian's case has more drama in it than this actually had. There's a lot of drama in this one, so believe that or not. So let's see. Questions. Anybody want to pop up here with us real quick or no? I saw you.
Captain said, was Wells' house searched or just the property?
Was Will's house?
The Wells.
Wells.
I believe the whole thing. I believe they did it multiple times. Arctic, am I wrong?
Oh yeah, the house was searched. Dogs were brought in. They did the same thing to Dawn and Candace's house as they've done to Chris and Katie's, and I imagine Seth's. They brought every type of dog and stuff into the house. Yep. I don't know if they sprayed to test to see if there was any blood in the house or not. I haven't heard anything on that I'm aware of, unless I missed it. But I know that the search of the property and the surrounding area was very intensive. They brought drones in and everything else. So they've done the due diligence to try to find her.
And once again, there is no crime scene. Okay. There's no crime scene. There's no anything to show that. So once they can't, this is a lot like Sebastian's case, you guys, in some senses. Okay. Because they don't have the commission of a crime being done other than the fact that this child disappeared. It's been looked at as a abduction. It's been looked at as a runaway scenario. It's been looked at as a wandered off and was attacked by a bear scenario. There was at some point, just to give you guys a heads up too on that, and I don't know what the realism is behind this whole thing I'm about to tell you, but at some point there was a group of people that work with satellite photography that supposedly, I've been looking for this again. I can't find it after last year. Supposedly had a satellite photograph that came from 10 Ben Hill Road that showed 4 people getting into a car and leaving, driving off somewhere to a wooded area, getting out of the car and going into the woods. They were in there for a while or so, an hour, maybe more, and 3 people coming out of the woods and driving back to 10 Ben Hill Road. Don't ask me what that's about. Don't ask me who it was because there was no clarification of that. And honestly, don't ask me if it's something that actually truly happened. I looked at it. I think I actually showed it to you guys, some of you guys last year or year after that, before that, maybe year before, I think. And now I can't find it again. So it was either taken down because it was false or it just went away. I don't
What
know.
about the hills? Were they ever searched or investigated or anything?
You mean like Fred?
Mm-hmm.
I know he was interviewed by the police. I don't know if they searched his home. I know the dogs did pick up the scent, obviously, in that area, on that property, but that was it, from my understanding. If I'm wrong, in fact,
Yeah, and I'm not sure if they searched Jody Sue's house or not.
I don't think
Definitely
they did.
should have been searched if they didn't.
That should have been
And
the
quite
first place.
frankly, with her putting all these different stories out and everything. I mean, and I'm not telling law enforcement how to do their job, but if I was at the TBI, I would certainly request that Jody Sue sit down as well as her son Damien and take a polygraph exam.
Agreed, and wholeheartedly.
Yes, Allison.
Now there was another person that lived in this house that the Wells lived in at one period of time, named Jose. He gave an interview. He has since passed away. Okay. I'll pull that interview up. It was interesting to hear what he had to say. But again, who do we believe, you guys? All of these people that were involved, each one of, listen, I'm going to put it to you like this. If you sent 15 people into a candy store to steal a piece of candy and they come back out of the store, how are you going to differentiate which one did it? If they're all trying to take credit for it, or they're all trying to say they didn't do it. Sorry. How are you going to pick that person out? You can't. Do you know what I'm saying? Everybody says something. Everybody says they didn't do it. Everybody says they did do it. Everybody, I mean, there's just so many different stories and so many moving parts. It doesn't make sense. And again, we have no idea where Summer's at. There's so many theories out there. I've heard everything from literally everything, almost to they even wrapped her into the 411, the missing 411 scenario. Okay. I don't know yet. But it's been going on for this long now. And this is what I was afraid of happening to Sebastian's case. Okay. I don't want to see this happen again. But we're getting there. I promise you, we're getting there. It's coming close. Okay. And again, like I said, we could probably take 2 more days to cover this, literally, but I'm really trying to condense it without missing important pieces. So that's why I like having somebody like Arctic in here that was covering it just as strong as I was, that if I miss something, he'll remember it, or vice versa. You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot. It's a whole lot. But again, I don't want to overload you guys, and I don't want you going home with everything, or going home like you're not there already. Yeah. Leaving here with all of this stuff in your head and and getting confused. So little by little, we'll put it together. Yeah, everybody's gonna go home now that you guys all stopped over at my house. You know what I'm saying? I'd love to have Mom in here too, because I'm pretty sure Mom was on this case.
Yes.
I know. I'm pretty sure she was talking about. So anything, if I can get her in here too, we can always use that as well.
She went swimming the same day she disappeared, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Correct.
That's okay. So they got up. They went for just a recap real quick. They got up. They took Grandma Grandis to the emergency room for her knee. They waited for her prescription to be written. They dropped it off at Walgreens, and then they went to the swimming hole. They went swimming, Okay, hold on. Let me back up. See, I missed something already. They went to the hospital. They dropped Grandis off, and then they went over and picked up Hunter from Allie's house. Okay, the 15-year-old boy. They went and stopped at a couple different stores. I'm guessing they went to the swimming hole. They stood there for what'd they say it was, like 20 minutes, I think 20-25 minutes to let her swim.
Yeah,
wow, they were over here smoking whatever and drinking whatever, and then they went back And I think Grandis was there with them, but she stayed in the truck. Wasn't that the story? Because they dropped off the script, waiting for the script to get filled. They went swimming, and they had Grandis in the truck. I do believe. Yes. Okay. They left. They picked up the script. They stopped at a couple more stores. They dropped Hunter off and went home. There we go. Coming back. It's coming back. You know, it's only been 3 years. Jesus. And then that was around. Okay, help me here with this one, guys. What time did Candace say they got back to the hill? Does anybody remember exactly?
Nope. Arctic.
Molly, anybody? Because that's kind of a thing. The time that they say that they got back to the hill is kind of a thing for me, okay? There's a video I'm going to show you guys of them driving back to there. Okay, thank you, Leslie. 3:30. So they get back to the hill at 3:30. She gets out of the truck. Grandis goes over to her little camper back there. Summer's playing around, whatever. They take the groceries in, okay? Because I have a theory with this scenario too. They go to plant the plants. Grandis goes in and takes a nap because she had gotten that shot, I believe. Summer's playing or something around that area. Then goes over there. They go to plant the plants, and then Summer's gone. She supposedly goes in the house, goes downstairs, and this is what blows my mind. Candace swears up and down it's 2 minutes. She walks over to help her mother with something, the grandmother. Summer goes into the house, heads to the basement, and when Candace comes back 2 minutes later, Summer's completely gone. I have trouble with that, considering the direction and the area that the camper's right there, guys. It's literally within, 15 feet of the house. You don't see or hear nothing. I'm thinking, so if somebody strange grabbed her, she's going to make noise. Okay. She's a hyper kid. My opinion. That she didn't know. What's that?
Oh, Aurora said Candace had to wake her up.
Right.
Because she'd fallen asleep in the car.
And that's the other thing too. I always wondered something, and you guys can disagree, and it's okay. But we watched the video I'm going to show you guys. I had issues with that video. I analyzed it myself. I analyzed it with my wife a few times. I had her looking at it, this and that, and everything else. This was a couple years ago. But there's a picture of Summer in the backseat sleeping on the milk jugs, right? And I have an issue with her nails and her hands. So the timelines do matter very much so, Salty. Her nails to me look like they're drawn. Okay, meaning the bluing around her nails in the quick of her nails, meaning drawn. It looks like that there's oxygen being pulled so hard from that they've turned blue to that point, meaning she might have been struggling to breathe, so on and so forth. Well, here's the scenario. Supposedly 6:26 or 6:30 is when the call's made to about her being missing. What if Candace came back and the timeline that she gave was wrong, or the story she gave was wrong by accident, possibly? If they were smoking things, you get a little goofy headed and get tired. Maybe she went in the house and took a nap too. Maybe that's where that came from. And she forgot that Summer was in the truck sleeping. And as hot as it is, if there's low oxygen levels to begin with, if that child's in that truck sleeping and wasn't woken up, maybe the heat exhaustion got her. Maybe the scream that was heard was Candace realizing that child was no longer with us. But if that's the case, I don't know what happened after that. That was just another theory I put together. So, there's a grand possibility that with the water that she took into her lungs, that she could have dry drowned in some senses too, which is where the lack of oxygen could have came from, which could have caused bluing on her fingertips. Again, guys, these are all speculative theories. There's nothing that would back this up factually other than what I've seen and the facts that we have. So, just saying. And we'll get into that stuff more tomorrow, of course. I do expect, like I said, to be in here late again tonight for a late one. If anybody's around that wants to be. Salty's going to be going live here at 7. Guys, if you want to go check that out. I'm sure it's going to be good. She's got facts as always. So please, if we can drop her, there it is right there. Thank you, Miss Kimber. Her and Miss Kimber will be live over there. Please go check it out. Show some love, support, subscribe if you haven't. We got to get that channel growing, guys, and it's going to be a good show all the way around, in my opinion. So please go check it out. Anything last to add on this, Mama Bear or Arctic, before we go anywhere? Whoa, what the hell?
Nope.
What just happened? Oh, those are meatballs. That's cool. This is what happens when you give somebody complete and total access to your channel. She plays around with everything, and I don't even know what's going on. That's okay. She has more access than I do. That'll tell you what it's all about, because I don't know what I'm doing. And that helps by all means. Okay, so do you have anything to add to this, Mama Bear, by any chance?
Nope.
Any other questions, you guys? What'd you say there, Terry? Who do most people think did something to her on purpose or accident? I'm going to run polls tomorrow. Thank you, Miss Elda, and welcome. And thank you to anybody that does purchase anything via this wish list, guys. It really does help me in a lot of ways with my equipment and the coffee, of course. You gotta love it.
Sorry.
And that's another thing too, because we all know that anytime anything goes on in the Wells house, I don't care what it is. If I think honestly, if Candace had to take a shit, she had to call Don and tell him. Okay, not to be vulgar, I'm just saying he wanted a phone call for everything that went on in that household. Period. So she called him first, and then did what she did, and then she took off. That's my understanding. And then he took off. Did they meet somewhere? That was always a conversation that was had. We don't know. Okay, we just don't know, and that's the whole thing, guys. That's what it's all about. Yeah, we will definitely do that poll for sure. Hold on a minute here. I want to go backwards in something. Well, you know what? I'll do it right now before we end, for all of you guys to see what you think. Sorry. Hold on. God, that's so loud. 1 sec. By the way, we're still growing, guys. We're at 9514, 9,514. Growing little by little by little, and I gotta thank you all very much for that. All right, let's run this poll real quick here and see. Everybody got an answer, so it goes through it quick. Okay. If I can find it. Oh, there it is. Okay, let's see. All right. So the question is, are Don and Candace involved in Summer's disappearance? Black and white. Start it up, and there we go. Yeah, it does look like it's giraffe skin, doesn't it? I know it took me a minute, but they're meatballs. Meet the balls. You map that out too. Okay, I figured you would. You're the map queen. Weed is not legal in Tennessee. Really? I thought it was. I thought it was legal everywhere.
Terry, you called my meatballs a giraffe?
I think it's just a patterning, Mama Bear.
I know.
Meet the ball. This is spice of meet the ball. You could have asked that question differently.
Well.
Which question? You mean the poll question? Do I think Don and Candace are involved in her disappearance? How else would I ask that question? Yeah, that's true too. She's right. Like they couldn't even take the kids to the doctors without his permission. He had to make a phone. She had to make phone calls for everything.
She's saying, are Candace and Don involved? Well, that's what you put.
That's exactly what I said.
Oh, because you have to say yes to both.
Oh, I mean, you can just answer it. I know what she's saying now.
Yeah.
Paula just asked, which one do you think's involved? I think she was bored from being in the truck all day, went out to play, maybe got hurt or fell in an old well somewhere on her wanderings, maybe a mountain lion or a bear got her, thus the scream. Possibly. That's been talked about a lot, actually, Holly. They did find tracks going down the hill, but she played there all the time. So that again doesn't really relate to anything. You know what I mean? I don't know that area. So I don't know as far as wildlife goes how often bears or bobcats, but they would have found something, I think, if an animal would have got her at some point over 3 years, they would have found a piece of her or something, not to be gross, but you know what I mean? Something, you know what I mean? And they didn't. All right, just put no in the chat or in the poll if you said no then. Okay, well then you need to put that, you need to hand that information over, Miss Kimber. For real. How far is this, that area in Tennessee from you, Kimber? If I can ask you. She wandered a lot, in my opinion, because I was the same way. Gotcha. I mean, listen, 4 hours. Okay, got you. Thanks, son. I mean, it's not uncommon for a child to roam. And if you look at their property, she didn't really have a lot to do. In fact, in my opinion, that property was dangerous for a kid. They had like a refrigerator and you get stuck in that thing. They had lots of like scrap metal laying around and old cars and rusty things. I mean, it just wasn't a good place for a kid to be.
What's the name of the town again?
What'd you say?
What's the name of the town again?
Oh, Jesus. You would ask me that damn question. They lived at 10 Ben Hill Road. It was in, oh, shit. Molly? Somebody? Rogersville. Thank you. Jesus. I told you guys I have all these other things in my head. It's been so long.
Thank you, ladies.
Rogersville. Thank you guys very much. 65%. Make sure you all make an answer into there, please. Hawkins County. That I did know. The sheriff's name is Ronnie Lawson. There was issues with him as well.
Isn't he like related somehow?
I think that was
He's not related to the Wells, but his son is a offender. Which is so.
Yeah, there was a rumor he was related to Don. He was Don's cousin or something, but that was debunked. But again, yes, his son is a offender. There's a lot of them out there, and that's that area. Take care, Parkview. Hope to see you tomorrow for some more on this, and maybe tonight too if you're available. We'll be live in here for the late show with me. But when this case was going on, I'm sure you remember too, Arctic. There was a lot of like suggested trafficking that had been related to this area too. A lot, and a lot of kids went missing from around the parts of there, and it's just a regular thing in that area. So I was kind of,
every year, the TBI, in coordination with the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children and the FBI, does a trafficking sting operation in the Tennessee area. In fact, right after Sebastian went missing, they had just done another one. And after Summer went missing, they found like 40, I want to say 40, 41, 42 kids.
43,
that,
I think it was 43
yeah,
kids. Yep.
yeah.
Pretty wild, isn't it? Because they started picking apart things and looking for things, and bing, bang, boom, here we are. Which was amazing, but unfortunately they didn't find her. So it's a lot. It's a whole lot. Yeah, a lot of people have said that they believe an animal could be related, Salty. I struggle with the fact that she went out that door. I played this through my head 100 times. I played it on here. We went through the house. We did a whole virtual thing. We did this. We did that. I struggle with the fact that she went out that door and was not seen or heard by either her mother or her grandmother. The dogs weren't playing, or they weren't whatever, making noise. And according to Dawn at one point, that somebody either walked in that door and was waiting for her in the basement, or she walked out that door into somebody's arms that was standing there waiting, and they took off with her, parked down at the bottom of the hill on the road, and then off they went. I mean, it's a scenario that could be, but I just struggle with it because...
Well, and like Aurora said, if it was an animal, there would be evidence. There would be torn up clothing. There would be,
that's my thought on the animal thing. There would have been scraps of stuff here or there. I would have think they would have found at some point. Yeah, that is true. That was something that was talked about, was the black bears for sure. The boy that was found in the cemetery is a 16-year-old Terry. It had nothing to do with him.
No, she's saying, do you think it could be like a trafficking ring or something, an abductor, since it was so close?
I mean, yeah. There's been a lot of different theories that have been put out there that yes, that there could have been a ring in that area that just grabbed her. There's been talk that she was traded off for some things, that she was a debt was owed and she was given to these people. I don't believe those things personally. But these people, there's a lot of these people in the East Tennessee area, my understanding. So it's just one of those things, and like he just said, they uncovered 43 kids as they were looking for Summer. So there's that, you know what I mean? They absolutely do need Grady Judd. I'm telling you right now, Grady Judd would rake that place over like you wouldn't believe. Remember Candace, Allie, and the kids all went to meet Andrew, hence by 110 Ben Hill from Candace, and then they left U-Haul with you. Yeah, I remember, Leslie. I do. There's a lot of weird things that went on in this case, guys. A lot more weird things and they're not faked. They happened. That makes you question a lot of things. The whole Jose thing, and then Grandis leaving, and where they went, what they didn't do. Josie going off to Utah, and then they were going to move to Utah. Then they didn't move to Utah. Blah, 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 blah. I mean, there's just a lot of strange things that happened surrounding this. So we don't know. This, it does remind me a lot of the Dior Koontz case too. He was there and then he was gone. I still have a lot of issues with Dior's case. It doesn't make sense to me, as do none of these. But that's why we're here, isn't it?
Is everybody done voting? There's only 25 votes, and we got 43 people.
You guys got to vote. Please, please, please. It's only a button, guys. Hit the button. The church thing was brought up a couple times, Aurora, and I could actually say that's a plausible thing, because how did I forget her name already? Who was the woman that Summer loved again? Robin. If she saw this, she loved Summer. Summer loved her. Okay. If she saw the deplorable way that these kids were living, and Summer was attached to her at the hip, and they got close. Okay. And she probably felt for Summer, having to have her head shaved and dealing with what she dealt with, this and that, and everything else. And there's rumors of other things that were possibly going on with Summer. I don't know if it's true. We don't know. Dawn's sister came out and made a claim against him. Some other things were said. There's a lot of things that were brought up. Okay. And if Robin had an inkling of things were wrong in this little girl's life, there's a lot of people that believe that Robin took her out of there or had her taken out of there and taken somewhere where she's safe and sound and living a good, healthy, clean, happy life. I can only hope that's what happened. Seriously. I know that sounds horrible to say that. I would never want any parent to lose their child, folks. But when you know that a child is living through hell and living in real hell, what do you say? How do you answer to that? You say it's wrong, it shouldn't happen? Or do you say, what do you do? Okay, you know what I mean? So just saying. You know, TBI has been on this for 3 years now, along with the county. I gotta think that if there was something like that that went on, though, that they would have pulled that out of there already. They would have seen it. I mean, nobody's that good. They're not. But
I mean, and in fairness, they really haven't told us anything, which is what has led to all this speculation. In 3 years, we don't know much more than what we did 3 years ago, other than we got a photograph age progressed to way older than what it should have been.
That's
So,
it. And that's what happens in all these cases. We don't get told a whole lot of anything. So everybody speculates their own case. That's what they do because nobody has a choice to it. Okay. And it, you know, it could be a handful of anything, 2 handfuls. They don't tell us nothing. So we don't know. So many ifs. If a frog had wings, it would bump its ass on the ground. 100%, Miss Paula. No evidence against these Dawn and Candace past polys. I say they're innocent. And I have no reason to believe, honestly, based on everything I've seen, that they did anything to her. Because there's nothing founded. Guys, if they would have done something to her at this point, they're not, in my opinion, this is not meant as a mean comment, okay? But it's just a factual comment. They're not smart enough to mastermind something that's going to last for 3 years without spitting it out somehow. Especially with
not when Candace is going on streams in the middle of the night off her ass, and Dawn's always high or drugged up or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, one of them would have let it slip.
Thank you. That's exactly my thought. I mean, you can't get not like smashed like that and not slip something, and they didn't. You know, they just didn't. I watched, I don't know, probably 15 different live streams that Candace did smashed out of her mind. It would have been that easy just to say something, okay? She never did. Neither did Dawn. We heard other things being said and doors being slammed and ripped off the hinges and threats and this and that, but nothing about Summer. I just can't believe that. That's all I'm saying. So I got to say at this point, I can't put them in that way. So I'm with you on that one, Paula. But what then if that's, you know, not the case or what happened? Was it really, you know, Occam's razor? Was it what Dawn thinks it was? Did somebody walk up in there and take that little girl and they put her into you know, trafficking to trade, or did they keep her for themselves? I mean, what is the deal? There hasn't been any evidence of her found around there, buried or anything. They haven't found any of that. They have not found even a scrap of her clothing or anything, you guys. There's nothing. It's just like Sebastian. There's no video. There's no nothing. What do we got? So again, that's why we're here doing this. You know, bringing it back to the surface, heating the case back up, talking about it, and if nothing else, putting her name back out there, because I dreaded that when this case was going to go cold. I knew. I said it then. I dreaded it then, and I dread it with Sebastian's case as well. I dread it with any case of a child that goes missing because it just shouldn't happen. They don't need to go cold, but you know, you can only do so much with so much. And I'm not downing. I'm not going to downgrade law enforcement for this. I think they did what they could do. You know, I'm not saying they're perfect, but I think they've done what they can do. So,
and we don't know what they know. They may know stuff right now that they're not putting in public. They may have a suspect in mind. They may be building a case, just like in the Delphi case. They may have someone that they're keeping an eye on and building a strategic case against them, and we just don't know about it.
Delphi took 6 years to bring anybody into custody, guys. Remember that, okay? We don't know how long this is going to take. My hopes and prayers are that this child is alive and well somewhere, living a good life, away from the mess that she was living in, growing up, being the beautiful little girl that she is, going to school. The only thing is the whole nation knows about this, okay? So for her to be in public is just not something I see happening unless they completely changed her appearance somehow. If anything, if she's living with somebody and she's safe and sound, you know, she's probably being homeschooled or something. But that's my heart tells me that's what I want. Same with Sebastian at this point, and any other child that's missing. But you know, I also have a chunk of reality that sits in the back of my brain that kicks every now and then and says, "Come on, dude, it's been a long time," you know. So we don't know, but. All right. Well, I guess that's it for the questions. Again, thank you guys so much for being here, for supporting us as we do this. We'll be back tomorrow with this. I should be in here late tonight, hopefully, if everything goes right.
Are you going to tell them the poll results, or are you just going to leave?
I was not done yet. If you'd let me talk. Okay. Jeez. Messing with the screen.
Welcome, Bodie.
Messing with the screen, throwing meatballs up on the screen, and then picking with me. I'm telling you.
You know it's boring when I'm not here.
Of course it is. Always is. I'm grateful always to have you here, no matter what personality I get that day. Could be Mama Bear, could be Sybil, could be Patty, who knows? You know, one of them deals. So who knows?
Yep, keep it up.
I didn't do anything. I'm just saying, hey. I don't even think I got full votes on it, but that's okay. It says, are Dawn and Candace involved in Summer's disappearance? 61% of you said nope, and 38% said yes. So more of you believe that they're not, and you know that's good. I only had 31 votes though, so some people just said I ain't voting. I don't care what he says. So it's okay. Again, guys, everybody, thank you for being here, for supporting us. I appreciate everything you guys do for this channel. Guys, don't forget to love yourselves, love each other, and don't change a thing about yourselves. You guys are amazing. I appreciate you all so very much. Arctic, thanks again, brother. I appreciate you, and I hope to see you soon. Mama Bear, thank you always for being here. We appreciate you and love you very much. And I don't know when's the next time we'll see you, but hopefully soon.
Depends on what time you go live and what time I get done with my work.
Okay.
I'm going to try and be done by 2-ish.
Well, I could probably hold off and do it around there a little after, if that's okay with, you know, that way you can be here with us again. Arctic, if you're not busy, of course, like I said, I'd love to have you join us again if you can.
Oh, yeah.
Tonight, depending on how things go, 10, maybe 11 at the latest, I'll be live. Like I said, I like to do the late stuff. Maybe. It might be earlier. You never know. But you'll see it. It'll pop up. Other than that, guys, have a wonderful rest of your night. Much love to you all, and I will see you all very soon. Bye-bye.
Bye, guys. Love you. See you soon. Harry, I'm always spicy.